Testing?
Testing?
Okay, great. Mic works. Okay, so today is Monday, the 9th of December 2024. Time is 1:13. So it was just all 9 there, but the modem disconnected there, but back on now. Hopefully there's no more issues. Okay, so so yesterday I started Metal Gear 2 and I think I'm over halfway done. I've got I think I've got like 7 of the bosses done, or 6, I'm not sure. Let me see. Alright, 6. So I've defeated Black Ninja, Running Man, Hindy, Red Blaster, 4 Horsemen, and the Jungle Evil. Okay, so I had never played the first 2 Metal Gear games. I've played every main Metal Gear Solid game since Metal Gear Solid 1 in 1998. But I had never played the first 2 games, so me playing Metal Gear 2 is the first time. So I'm unfamiliar with it, and it's kind of tricky because these first 2 games are kind of tricky because they're different in that when you play the other games, whenever you save, you save at that point and you can load from that point. But in these older games, you can save as well, but when you load the save, it doesn't load where you saved it. Instead, it loads from the previous checkpoint. And then the second one is different in that the enemies the enemies are sort of similar from the first game in that sometimes they can't see you if they're looking towards your direction, but then other times they can. In the first game, if you stood in front of an enemy and they're not like their vision is kind of like a rook in a way. So if they were facing down, then they can only see directly down from where they're looking. They can't see diagonally, you know. But so you could so as long as you're not sitting directly in front of them in the first game, then they can't see you. So as long as you're not sitting directly in front of their line of sight, then they can't see you even if you're off to the side a wee bit. So the bad guys in Metal Gear Solid 2, or some of them have the same type of thing as the first game, where they can't see if you're like slightly as long as you're not directly in their line of sight. But then there's other instances where they can see you anyway, and then there's other things where so like if you hide behind a crate, they're not supposed to see you, but sometimes they can see you anyway. So it's I guess it's you have to get it's just me having to get familiar with what how the game is programmed, like how differently the game is programmed in the second one than it is in the first one. Okay, so story wise, Metal Gear came out 1986 on the I think it's 1986 on the Nintendo original, and takes place well, I suppose it would be 1987, but isn't it? So the first game was released 1987 actually. But yeah, it takes place 8 years into the future in 1995. And then the sequel takes place, it was released in 1990 on the Nintendo original, and takes place 4 years after the events of the first game in 1999 there, in a place called Zanzibar Land, which is a fictional country. So the first one takes place in South Africa, and then the second one takes place in East Africa. In the first game, we start off as Solid Snake, or a superior big boss ordered us to infiltrate a base which was run by a group of terrorists. We had to rescue the hostages and stop the terrorists. As we progressed the game, we discovered that the leader of this terrorist organization was none other than Big Boss, or Superior, and that he was using Snake as a distraction, but he didn't expect Snake to be as good as he was. So so Solid Snake, he surprised Big Boss and was able to infiltrate the base, stop the terrorists, rescue the hostages, destroy Metal Gear, and then after Metal Gear, near the end, it was revealed to Snake that Big Boss was actually the one behind it. So after we destroyed Metal Gear, we had to fight Big Boss, and we escaped before the facility exploded. So 4 years later, there's a new terrorist group in East Africa in a place called Zanzibar Land. They also claim to have a super weapon that can launch a nuclear strike at any target on the planet. So once again, Snake has to infiltrate the enemy base, rescue hostages, and stop these guys. So after we got to the first boss, which was a black ninja, he revealed himself to be Schneider, one of our allies from the previous game, and he said that the leader of this group is also Big Boss. So Big Boss survived from the first game, and he is now in charge of the terrorist group in this one. And then the Black Ninja was also saying that that Big Boss isn't actually all bad, and that he saved like refugees and other paramilitary organizations and gave them a safe place, and apparently he also like rescued animals and stuff. Then we as we proceeded through the jungle, we encountered Dr. Madnar, who from the first game, the guy who made the Metal Gear, and he revealed that in the first game that Metal Gear was just a prototype, and that the version that the terrorists have this time is more powerful than the one before. We have to stop the bad guys, basically. We fought several bosses: Running Man, Hindy, Red Blaster, Four Horsemen, and the Jungle Evil. So let's see. So the story so far. By 1999, the Cold War had thawed, and it seemed nuclear proliferation would soon be a thing of the past. Despite this, all was not well in the world. A series of shocks to the oil market spurred the development of new high-tech energy sources, including fusion power. However, most vehicles still relied on oil. Oil reserves were at a critical low, and the world community was prepared to take drastic measures, either by drilling into sand and shale for more oil, despite the difficulty, or moving on to renewable fuels. Such steps proved unnecessary when Czech scientist Dr. Keo Marv successfully bioengineered a new species of algae, Oilex, that could produce petroleum-grade hydrocarbons with little expense and effort. Marv was on his way to a demonstration in the United States when he was kidnapped by soldiers from Zanzibar land. NATO discovered that Zanzibar land's leaders planned to hold the world hostage by controlling the supply of oil and some good old-fashioned nuclear brinkmanship, courtesy of a stockpile of nukes. Solid Snake was brought out of retirement by Foxhound's new commander, Colonel Campbell, and was sent to Zanzibar land to rescue Dr. Marv. The intro to the game and the instruction manual mentioned that nuclear weapons had been completely abandoned by the time of the main plot, making Zanzibar land the world's sole nuclear power. Metal Gear Solid, however, retcons this account by having the current nuclear-armed nations maintain their stockpiles, with the reduction of nuclear weapons via the START III Treaty serving a prominent role in the story. Any references to global nuclear disarmament during the time of Metal Gear 2 was omitted from the previous operations section of Metal Gear Solid. Story. Okay, a major oil crisis seriously affects. Yeah, I suppose I should do that. I should have done that before the first one. Probably be easier. Okay, story. So, this is the story of the first one. So, near the end of the 20th century, the West discovers that a weapon of mass destruction is being constructed inside Outer Heaven, a fortified state founded by a legendary mercenary 200 kilometers north of Galsburg, South Africa. The Special Forces Unit Foxhound sends top agent Grey Fox to infiltrate the fortress, assess the situation, and neutralize the threat. Foxhound loses contact with Grey Fox a few days later, with his last transmission being Metal Gear. To discover what happened to Grey Fox, Foxhound Commander Big Boss sends his newest recruit, Solid Snake, into the area in an operation codenamed Intrude N313. Upon insertion into Outer Heaven, Snake makes contact with local resistance members Snyder, Diane, and Jennifer. Using all of his skills and the equipment he procures on site, he manages to rescue Fox. Fox explains that Metal Gear is the codename of a nuclear-equipped bipedal walking tank which can engage in all forms of combat and launch nuclear weapons from any location Outer Heaven plans to use. Outer Heaven plans to use Metal Gear to impose itself as the new world superpower. To destroy Metal Gear and topple the Outer Heaven mercenaries, Snake rescues lead Metal Gear engineer Dr. Petrovic and his daughter Ellen. So Dr. Petrovic, he's Dr. Petrovic Madnor. The scientist explains how Metal Gear can be destroyed, and Snake takes on Outer Heaven's troops. However, he begins to notice that the traps put in his way are too precise and wonders how information on his activities is being tracked. Big Boss begins to act strangely, giving misleading advice that leads Snake into several traps, and eventually ordering him to abort the mission. Breaking the fourth wall by telling the player to turn off the system. Moreover, Snyder is ambushed by hostiles and is presumed dead after losing contact with Snake. Snake penetrates Outer Heaven's main base and takes out Metal Gear before it reaches completion. As he safely escapes the compound's base, he is confronted by the mercenary leader of Outer Heaven, who turns out to be Big Boss. The corrupt leader reveals that he has been using his connections to steal military intelligence, establish his own mercenary force, and fund his activities. It was his aim to have Outer Heaven become the world's greatest superpower, able to bring even the West to its knees. He had the rookie Snake sent in, hoping to have him captured and feed misinformation to authorities, but had quite obviously underestimated Snake's capabilities. Having lost Metal Gear and much of his force, Big Boss starts the self-destruct sequence for the compound and promises he will not die alone. Snake will join him. Snake defeats Big Boss in the last battle and escapes the Outer Heaven compound as it crumbles in flames behind him. After the end credits, a message from Big Boss is displayed saying that he will meet Solid Snake again. Okay. So I'm going to read the second one, but I'm going to stop before it gets to the part that I'm at right now. So, story: major oil crisis seriously affects the global economy in the late 1990s. The petrol deposits running out faster than previous estimates. Efforts to adopt alternative energy sources and attempts to drill for more oil failed to take up the slack. To counter the problems, Czech scientist Dr. Keo Marv bioengineers a new species of algae, Oilex, that could produce petroleum-grade hydrocarbons with little expense and effort. He unveils the algae to the World Energy Conference in Prague and was on his way to a demonstration in the United States when he was kidnapped by soldiers from Zanzibar Land, a Central Asian. Oh, it's in Asia. There, I was thinking it was in East Africa. So the fictional country of Zanzibar Land is in Central Asia. A Central Asian country established in 1997 after a successful independence war against the Soviet Union. NATO discovers that Zanzibar Land's leaders plan to hold the world hostage by controlling the supply of oil through Oilex and nuclear warheads. To hold the world hostage by controlling the supply of oil through Oilex and nuclear warheads. Pillage from old stockpiles marked for dismantling in light of global efforts toward nuclear disarmament. Foxhound's new commander, Roy Campbell, brings Solid Snake out of retirement and sends him to Zanzibar Land to rescue Dr. Marv on Christmas Eve, 1999. Over the course of his mission, Snake teams up with Holly White, a CIA operative posing as a journalist, and Gustava Hefner, an SIB agent and Dr. Marv's bodyguard. He is also reunited with Dr. Drago Petrovic Madnar, the Metal Gear inventor from Outer Heaven, who claims to have been once again kidnapped and forced to work on another Metal Gear project, named Metal Gear D, for Zanzibar land, as well as oversee mass production of smaller, non-nuclear equipped Metal Gear units. Snake learns from Dr. Madnar that Big Boss, Snake's former superior, survived the events of the first game and now leads Zanzibar land. As Snake, Hefner and Dr. Madnar head toward Zanzibar land's main prison, Hefner is killed by a missile fired by Metal Gear D, and Dr. Madnar is recaptured by the enemy. The new Metal Gear's pilot is revealed to be Grey Fox. Determined to finish his mission, Snake fights against Zanzibar land's elite mercenary force and manages to reach Dr. Marv's cell. Okay, so that's what we're doing right now. So we'll reach Dr. Marv's cell. So yeah, after the bridge was blown up and Gustavo was killed, we had to go back to the tower building. Go back to the Zanzibar building, and then we had to get a hang glider and then return. We fought the 4 horsemen in an elevator, reached the roof, and then used the hang glider to glide over the bridge from the tower building. So after I reached Gustava. So Gustava, she was secretly dressed as one of the enemy soldiers, so I had to wait for her to enter the female bathroom. Went in after her, and then together we went down into the sewers via a secret elevator in the women's bathroom, and then we proceeded through the sewers to reach Dr. Madnar? Yeah, and then Dr. Marv. Yeah, so we reached Dr. Marv, the real Dr. Marv, and then we went back through the sewers, got to the bridge, and then so Dr. Marv, he went across the bridge first, and then as Gustava was going across the bridge, it blew up and then she was killed. The bridge was destroyed by Metal Gear D, which was being piloted by Grey Fox. So Gustava, she died. She gave us her brooch, which we were able to melt into a key and get access to her locker. So we returned through the tower building, then through the jungle to reach the Zanzibar building. We got a hang glider, returned to the tower building, went up to the roof in the elevator. We fought against the 4 horsemen boss. We got to the roof, and then so the guide said to use gas grenades and a gas mask to find out which way the wind is blowing, but apparently other people were stuck at that part as well, so I looked up how to do it, and apparently you only need to use the cigarettes at that point. So I equipped the cigarettes, and then once I saw the smoke going up heading north, that's when I was like, oh right, so now I can use the hang glider. So I switched to the hang glider, and then he jumped off the roof and glided across the canyon. I wasn't sure if I could save at that point, so I wasn't sure where the next checkpoint was, so I saved after he glided across, and then I proceeded through to the next area, but that was another boss fight. So I fought against the Jungle Evil, aka the Predator, and that one was actually easier than I thought. And then I got through to the next section, saved it there, and that's where I am right now. So yeah, let's continue, and then at the end I'll read the master book and screenplay book. So Metal Gear 2, start game. Oh no, don't tell me I have to start all over again. Okay. Phew. Had me worried there. Right, so there's 4 bosses left. Night Sight, aka Night Fright, Metal Gear D, Grey Fox, and Big Boss. Frick's sick. Yep, just eating. Nom nom. Delicious. Fantastic. There we go. Okay. Green means go. Okay. Phew. All right. Okay, got the egg. Okay. Well then. See yas. Back to the boss area? Ammo. Nice. What is this thing? Snake? Ooh, nice. Thank you very much. Christmas came early. Nice, nice, nice. Oh no, these guys are back. Damn it. Yep, not here. Just your imagination. Sick. Oh no. Should need that before. All my rations have gone. Damn it. You know what? At night, they turn off the power, so all the laser fences get turned off too. Then we get to play inside, as long as the grown-ups don't catch us. I hear owls at night. It's so scary, I can't sleep. We keep the animals in a room northwest of here. Frick's sake. Frick's sake. There's lots of rats in the jail. They steal all kinds of things and take them back to their nests. The grown-ups put out sulfuric acid to try and get rid of them. I want chocolate. Mister, do you have a B1 ration? B1 rations have chocolate in them. The one-eyed man is like our daddy. He doesn't like grown-ups. Nice. Thank you. Nice. It's me, your number one fan. Snake, watch yourself. You've got company, Night Fright, the last surviving member of the Whispers. You know, the legendary guerrilla unit. Night Fright, He's wearing a state-of-the-art camouflage suit that makes him practically invisible. Not only that, he'll attack you with a gun that's completely silent. No one has ever seen his face. You know what you have to do, right? Lucky me, I've got a fan club. Here's your ears, Snake. Over and out. And your toast. And full health. Nice. Right. Next. So that's night sight done. Night fright. Right, so there's only 3 bosses left now. Metal Gear, Grey Fox, and Big Boss. Right. What? Phew, at least I don't have to fight him again. Ah, for frick's sake. Sweet, can carry more ammo. Okay. Card 9, alright. Well, that's great news. Phew. Okay, back to the detention center. Please do not be standing right there. Good. blue one. These guys again. You should be able to get card 9 from Jungle Evil. Don't you mean card 8? He only had card 8. No, he was in charge of cards 8 and 9. He must have dropped it somewhere. Check the area he was in. The card should be there. Keep up the good work. Ah, Snake, you're too late. He's already passed away. His heart couldn't take it anymore. Wait, what's that bruise on his neck? Not to worry, Snake. Marv may be dead, but the plans for Oilex are safe. Marv was a very careful man. He left behind a copy of the plans in case of emergency. He had a reputation as a video game enthusiast. He even used to have them shipped to him from the West every month. A few days ago, he hid some microfilm in the circuit board of one of his game cartridges. It was an MSX cartridge made by a Japanese company called Konami. MSX? Well, that's the world's best-selling brand of computer, isn't it? Then he hid the cartridge inside that locker. Where's the key? I don't know. I couldn't get it out of him. I mean, he never told me. You mean you tortured him? Yes, that's not Dr. Madar then. Snake, you're in danger. Holly, what's wrong? Snake, it's Madnar. I thought there was something strange about him, so I had the agency check him out. After he was rescued from outer heaven, apparently things didn't go well for him. His radical theories were rejected in the West. He was dismissed as a madman and shut out from the scientific community, and as time went on, he was forgotten. Madnar wasn't exactly happy with the scientific community either. He must have been searching for some way to get back at them. That's when Zanzibarland talked him into becoming a double agent. He'd use his status as a scientist to feed technological secrets from East and West to Zanzibarland. And Dr. Marv's disappearance? Right, the timing is too perfect. Madnar must have given them every detail of Mars' itinerary in the US. Madnar was after Oilex all along. That's why he wanted to go to America with Marv. I'm afraid you've got me, Snake. I gave up everything to be a part of your world, even the country I was born and raised in. But your world had nothing but contempt and abuse for me. I just wanted to finish Metal Gear. It is the culmination of all my life's work in robotology. But your politicians were only interested in nonsense like SDI, NEDW, and brain bombs. I passed on the scientific secrets of the East and the West to Zanzibarland, and in return, they aided me in my efforts to improve Metal Gear. Madnar, did you kill Dr. Marv? Yes, he wouldn't share the secret of Oilex with me. And it was I who caused Gustava's death on the bridge by contacting Fox from the sewer. The bathroom break. Snake, I know Marv. No, Gustava gave you the key to the locker. Give it to me. I can't breathe. So, what are we doing here? Oh. Okay. Really? So they go all the way back to the first building again. Well, that sucks. Seriously? So they go all the way back to the Zanzibar building, the first building, and then all the way back to here again? Yes. What's with all the running back and forth here? It's ridiculous. Well, I suppose we are getting close to the end, so maybe I think this going back and forth is supposed to be like a chance for us to restock on ammo and stuff before the final fight. Thank you. Frig's sake. Okay, I can carry 7 of those now. That's great. That's just great. Set to go. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm back. Right. It's getting chilly. I think I'll put a jacket on. Let's see, what time is it? After 3 o'clock in the morning. It must be crazy. Okay, so I think I have to get back to the... Right, there's a thing in there, isn't there? Right, so to get back to the first building. Oh, right. Yep, wrong turn. What's that noise? Okay, so I need to head south to the jungle. Blue card? Oh no, we're outside the thing. Run. Just run, just run. Can't go this way anyway. Uh-huh. Right. Just grabbing that ration in there. That's okay with you. Thank you. So sweet too. I can carry 8 now. Sweet. So we have to go back for the main story, but I think the reason why it's making us go back in the first place is to prepare for the final bosses. Alright, mine detector. Squeaky sound, what's next? And then this whole time I forgot my gun had a suppressor, so I could have just shot them. But for frig's sake. Oh, damn it. You're dead. Thank you. What's that noise? So they're walking on the squeaky sound, but they're walking on the squeaky sand and it's making no noise, but if I walk on the squeaky sand, it does make noise. That's some sand. Goodbye. Thanks for the Russian. Don't need to do this now. Okay. Okay. Was I supposed to go in there? Oh, damn it. Ah, I remember this place. Okay, let's try that again. What's this door? Green card. Nice. A green card. Ah, great. Now we can get into America. Ah, dear. Up, please. Okay. If you catch a cold, go to the infirmary and they'll give you some medicine. Got some. Nice. Back to the sewers. All that for a key. Snake. Snake. He'll never let you get away. He'll use it. He'll use Metal Gear. I have one last gift. From my daughter, Ellen. I'll tell you how to destroy it. How to destroy the new Metal Gear? Try as I might, I could not reconcile East and West in my heart. But Ellen is different, Snake. You must do this for Ellen, the daughter I left behind. How do I destroy Metal Gear? The armor is thinnest on the legs. Use grenades on the legs. It is the only way. So, same as last time then? Except grenades instead of plastic explosives. The final delusion of a senile old man. There's no way to destroy this Metal Gear, Snake. Fox, where are you? Come and find out, Snake. Go through the front door. Okay, better save. Okay. Nice, nice. What's in here? Nope. Good. Oh, that was another Russian. Okay. Good thing you used that BT one, because there was two in there. Okay. So, his grenades. Well, damn it. Snake, I'm not the same as I used to be, and neither is Metal Gear. Okay, so when the screen flashes, it takes damage. Target the legs. Whoop whoop. We didn't start the fire. Metal Gear destroyed. Looks like your hair is on fire. The cartridge is mine, Snake. Burn in hell. Snake, your items are on fire. Throw away all your weapons and equipment. Quickly, use the circle button. Right, hold on. What? Everything's dropped? Okay, so you have to drop absolutely everything then? Okay. Where am I? The perfect ring for our final battle. It's been a while, Snake. Here we are, back in the minefield. What say we go at it hand to hand? Hand to hand. Okay. A chicken fight. The two greatest rivals in Foxhound. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Fox, I'll beat some sense back into you. Snake, it's time for you to learn why they call me Fox. Gray Fox. Real name, Frank Yeager. Former member of Foxhound. He was the last man to hold the title of Fox in the Big Boss era, decorated 5 times. Yeah, I know all about how good he is, better than anyone else. I fought with him. He's a cold-blooded hunter. He never lets his prey escape. Everybody in the unit respected him, looked up to him. That may be, Snake, but do you know about his past? It might help you out. 10 years ago, we in the mercenary trade knew him as Hunter. That's what Jäger means in German. Back then, he was involved with some woman from the Eastern Bloc. He tried to get her to come over the fence, but it all fell through. Apparently, the West wasn't interested in taking her. That's when Frank started to hate the politicos. What was the woman's name? She was an Olympic skater. Name was Gustava Hefner. Real fine woman, movie star type. Gustava Hefner? Snake, if you manage to beat Fox, I'll tell everyone that Solid Snake is the greatest mercenary in the world. Over and out. So it looks like the mines are on the edge of the screen. As long as I don't go to the edge, then I'm okay. And you're done. Snake, looks like it's finally time for me to give up the title of Fox. Fox, why? I'm not like you, Snake. My situation is more complicated. Big Boss might have been just another CEO to you, but he saved my life twice. This was way before I joined the unit. The first time, I was a half-white living in Vietnam. It was after the war, and half-whites were being sent into forced labor camps. He saved me from that living hell, just like he saved all the children here. The second time was in Mozambique. I was being tortured as a Renamo soldier, and he saved me again. They cut off my ears and my nose. And this is your idea of paying him back? No, you've got it wrong. I hate war, just like all the kids here, but I need it. War is all we know. You can't make it in the normal world. You need the battlefield to survive. Big Boss gives us a place to fight. Conflict is in our blood. We can't deny it. I was born on the battlefield, and I'll die on the battlefield. All I can do is fight, Snake. All I can do is fight. Making people happy, making a woman happy, is something I could never do. You mean? Guess I was always fated to die in action. Rest easy, Fox. I swear I won't turn out like you. Won't turn out like me. I'll have to remember that. Fight hard, Snake. Don't let your fans down. My fans? It was you, wasn't it? You were the voice on the radio. Call it payback for being so selfish. See you on the other side, Snake. You won't be alone, Frank. Gustava is waiting for you. Gustava. Thank you, Snake. Number 1 fan. Picked up the cartridge. Over here, Snake. So all the mines disappeared. Okay. Here we have to use the loot. Okay, I'm back. Ready for the final fight. And then after the credits, I'll read the little books. Okay. Over here, Snake. Big Boss, you're alive? Snake, welcome to Zanzibar land. I knew you'd come back to me. I came to get rid of the nightmares I've been having for the past 3 years. The nightmares? They never go away, Snake. Once you've been on the battlefield, tasted the exhilaration, the tension, it all becomes part of you. Well, only people who have a conscience would have nightmares from experiencing war. Those who don't thrive on it. Once you've awakened the warrior within, it never sleeps again. You crave ever bigger tensions, ever bigger thrills. As a mercenary, I think you would have realized that by now. You care nothing for power, or money, or even sex. The only thing that satisfies your cravings is war. All I've done is give you a place for it. I've given you a reason to live. I never would have made you for such a hypocrite, Big Boss. You saw those children, didn't you? Everyone is a victim of a war somewhere of the world, and they'll make fine soldiers in the next war. Start a war, fan its flames, create victims, then save them, train them, and feed them back onto the battlefield. It's a perfectly logical system. In this world of ours, conflict never ends, and neither does our purpose or reason to tear. So, there's plenty of job opportunities. Is that what you're trying to say? On the battlefield, you and I are valuable commodities, but back home, we're nothing but dead weight. If we're lucky, then we might get the attention of some 2-bit journalist from a cheap tabloid. You and I are doomed to remain here until we die like dogs on the battlefield. I've only got one fight left, to free myself from your grip, to rid myself of these nightmares. Big boss, I will defeat you. It doesn't matter who wins here, our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield, and the winner will remain. And the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. It doesn't have to be that way. I'm not like you. I love life. Very well, Snake. I'll release you from your suffering. As your former commander, I'll do you one last favor and put you out of your misery. I don't need any more favors from you. Really? And just how do you expect to beat me in your condition, with no weapon? Never give up. Fight until the end. Always believe you will succeed, even when the odds are against you. Those are your words. Even I make mistakes from time to time. Snake, this will be our final battle. Let's end this once and for all. Okay. Okay. So you don't fight him just yet? You have to like do all this crap first. Weird. Okay. Ah, for frig's sake. Blah, 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 blah. Fight to the death, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Okay. This one. Okay, got card 6. Okay. Okay, got 3. For frig's sake. So as soon as you go through that door, you're automatically on the sticky stuff. It's a bit weird for a boss fight because most of the time you're not even fighting them, you have to run from them. For frig's sake. Blah blah blah, fight to the death, blah blah blah. Open the door. That's just a B1. Got the lighter. Right. Oh, right. Whoops. Wrong door. For frig's sake. So, the final boss fight isn't even a boss fight, it's a puzzle. For frig's sake. As soon as you step on those things, you can't even equip the items because it's too late. Can't carry anymore. What? Yeah, whatever. Finally. Spray. My kingdom for a spray bottle. Snake. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Snake. It's over. So I'll quickly freeze. It's okay. It's me, Snake. Holly. Did I scare you? Phew, that was a close one. So, what's going on? What are you doing here? You said it yourself. Stay alive and we'll meet again sometime. So I did. That uniform was too tight in the chest. I feel much better now. Here, I stole this gun from the enemy. You can have it. Yeah, I can see how it'd be hard for a woman to use. Thanks. So, it's all over now. Right, Snake? No, I still have one more job to do. You can't be serious. I'm dead serious, Holly. Snake, no, you can't. You want me to call you a cab? Oh my god, that wasn't funny, Snake. This is Snake. Come in, Charlie. This is Charlie. Go ahead, Snake. I've got the cartridge. I'm ready to return to base. Making my way to the rendezvous point now. Roger that. I'll meet you there. Any passengers? Just one. Blonde. With a cute face. Sounds like a dream. Over and out. Holly, we've got to run as fast as we can to the rendezvous point. Think you can keep up? Is that a proposition, Snake? I'll take that as a yes. Cartridge. The game cartridge left behind by Dr. Marv. The Oilex microfilm is hidden inside. Okay. Okay, it's just pale. Thank you. What the hell is taking you so long? We're gonna be here till Christmas. This is Charlie. I'm 10 kilometers from the rendezvous point. Hold tight a little bit longer. Over and out. Hurry. What the... Phew, glad I don't have to fight him again. Damn it, I'm out of ammo. Snake. It's the chopper. We're saved. Charlie, you're late. Sorry, man. Didn't want to disturb you two lovebirds. Think we'll be home in time for Christmas? We'll be home in time for dinner, Snake. Let's go then. I'm looking forward to Christmas dinner. I'm sick of these rations. The end. Or is it? Finally, Metal Gear Solid next. Presented by Konami. Konami. Signed. Program. Design. Localization. Schedule. Management. Supervision. Producer. Presented by Konami. Yeah, so back then games only required like between 10 and 50 people. Now they require hundreds of people to make. Good work, Snake. Have you thought about coming back to America? Oh. The nightmares have stopped. I see, that's too bad. By the way, about that cartridge, is it really the one Dr. Marv plans in? Why don't we open it to find out? No need for that. The cartridge I brought back is Dr. Marv's, no question about it. Just put it in the MSX. Alright, here goes. Huh? Nothing's happening. What on earth? Of course. Snake was right. There's no doubt about it. This is Dr. Marv's cartridge. What are you talking about? I don't see anything. Here, look closer. Dr. Marv left his signature on it. Right here, it says Q Marv. I see it now. It's written backwards. This is going to do the world a lot of good. Dr. Marv's last performance. He really loved games, didn't he? From the bottom of his heart. Dr. Marv was entangled in a pointless political game, and it cost him his life. But the game he left behind will save us all, right, Snake? Snake, where'd he go? Colonel, Snake's gone. Snake, where's he off to now? Snake, Snake, he promised to take me out to dinner. How low can he go? Roy Campbell. Holly White. George Kessler. Drago Petrovic Madnar. Johan Jacobsen. Master Miller. Keo Marv. Frankie Yeager. Gray Fox. Gustava Hefner. Big Boss. Hein D. Metal Gear D. And Solid Snake. Free from Russians. Codename Zebra. Last time I got deer, this time zebra. Okay, now for the book. Ah, there we go. Master book. This book references content from the entire Metal Gear series. We recommend reading this after you've completed each game to avoid spoiling your experience. Are you sure you want to read this book? Yes. Okay. Damn it. Okay. Metal Gear story: The Outer Heaven Uprising. Destroy Metal Gear. The 1990s, deep in South Africa, in a fortress. Alright, you know what? I should read the last part of the wiki first. Okay, so I'll read the wiki first and then click here. So, because at the start of the stream, I read the Wikipedia of the first game, and then the second one up until the point where, I finished last time. So, okay, so Metal Gear 2: Solid Snake. The story. A major oil crisis seriously affects the global economy in the late 1990s. With petrol deposits running out faster than previous estimates, efforts to adopt alternative energy sources and attempts to drill for more oil failed to take up the slack. To counter the problem, Czech scientist Dr. Keo Marv bioengineers a new species of algae, Oilex, that could produce petroleum-grade hydrocarbons with little expense and effort. He unveils the algae to the World Energy Conference in Prague and was on his way to a demonstration in the United States when he was kidnapped by soldiers from Zanzibar Land, a Central Asian country established in 1997 after a successful independence war against the Soviet Union. NATO discovers that Zanzibar Land's leaders plan to hold the world hostage by controlling the supply of oil through Oilex and nuclear warheads pillaged from old stockpiles marked for dismantling in light of global efforts toward nuclear disarmament. Foxhound's new commander, Roy Campbell, brings Solid Snake out of retirement and sends him to Zanzibar Land to rescue Dr. Marv on Christmas Eve 1999. Over the course of his mission, Snake teams up with Holly White, a CIA operative posing as a journalist, and Gustava Hefner, an SIB agent and Dr. Marv's bodyguard. He is also reunited with Dr. Drago Petrovic Madnar, the Metal Gear inventor from Outer Heaven, who claims to have been once again kidnapped and forced to work on another Metal Gear project named Metal Gear D for Zanzibar Land, as well as oversee mass production of smaller, non-nuclear equipped Metal Gear units. Snake learns from Dr. Madnar that Big Boss, Snake's former superior, survived the events of the first game and now leads Zanzibar Land. As Snake, Hefner and Dr. Madnar head towards Zanzibar Land's main prison. Hefner is killed by a missile fired by Metal Gear D, and Dr. Madnar is recaptured by the enemy. The new Metal Gear's pilot is revealed to be Grey Fox. Determined to finish his mission, Snake fights against Zanzibar Land's elite mercenary force and manages to reach Dr. Marv's cell. Snake arrives too late, as he finds Dr. Marv's corpse and the Oilex data. Holly later tips him off that he actually died under Dr. Madnar's torture. In addition, Snake learns that Madnar volunteered his services to Zanzibar Land to finish work on Metal Gear as revenge against the scientific community shunning him after the events of the first game. Snake incapacitates Madnar when the latter attempts to attack him. Snake faces off against Grey Fox in Metal Gear D and eventually destroys the mech. Both men later fight hand-to-hand in a minefield, and Snake defeats him. As he tries to escape, Snake meets Big Boss, having lost his equipment and with no weapons at his disposal. Snake is forced to improvise, using the only items he can find, a lighter and aerosol can. Fashioning a makeshift flamethrower, Snake defeats Big Boss for the second time. Snake and Holly escape together, and they deliver the Oilex formula to Campbell. Okay, we are back. Okay, I'm back. Right, so the words are really tiny here, so I'll have to pick up the mic and then, yeah. Let's see. Okay, L1 and R1, switch pages, okay. So, Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake. The digital documents of Metal Gear Archive File 00. The work of Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. The first stories of a legend. The 1990s saw a pair of crises threaten the world order, the Outer Heaven uprising, followed by the Zanzibar land disturbance. Both these incidents were resolved by one man, one who would later be hailed as a legendary hero. In this section, we'll go over the narratives of Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, which marked the beginning of Snake's story, as well as how they tie into the Metal Gear Solid series. Metal Gear story, the Outer Heaven uprising. Destroy Metal Gear. The 1990s, deep in South Africa, in a fortress known as Outer Heaven, a weapon is being developed, an ultimate weapon, with the ability to change the face of war. Having learned of its existence, the United States sends in Grey Fox, the most elite operative of the Special Forces unit Foxhound. However, they soon lose contact with him. His last words simply Metal Gear. Foxhound then dispatches new recruit Solid Snake to Outer Heaven, his mission objectives being to locate the MIA Grey Fox and destroy this so-called ultimate weapon, Metal Gear. Receiving backup over radio from Foxhound Commander Big Boss, Snake enters the fortress in a one-man infiltration operation. He slips past his guards, freeing POWs along the way. They give Snake intel that enables him to locate and free Grey Fox, who tells Snake that Metal Gear is a bipedal tank and capable of launching a nuclear strike from anywhere on the planet. Fox also tells him that its creator, Dr. Madnar, is the one who knows how to destroy it. Rescue Dr. Madnar. Snake searches for Madnar while continuing to rescue other prisoners. He also contends with a Hind D attack chopper, a tank, and some of Outer Heaven's formidable mercenaries. Thanks in part to radio support from Schneider, Diane, and other members of the resistance movement fighting Outer Heaven, Snake overcomes these obstacles and manages to locate the Doctor's cell. However, Madnar tells Snake that he won't tell him how to destroy Metal Gear if he doesn't rescue his daughter Ellen, who's being held hostage in an underground part of the complex. Snake agrees, dealing with some clever traps and more mercs on his way to saving Ellen. After Snake returns to Madnar and informs him his daughter is safe, the Doctor tells him the correct order in which to plant plastic explosives on Metal Gear's legs, where its armor is weak. This will destroy it. The fall of Outer Heaven. Negotiating even tighter security measures, including mines and floors with high voltage current, Snake at last comes face to face with Metal Gear. He plants the explosives on the weapon's legs while dodging the laser beams targeting them. When the 16th bomb goes off, Metal Gear crumbles in the explosion. Snake can't rest long, however, as an alarm goes off, alerting all personnel that the fortress's emergency destruct sequence has been activated. A battle with Big Boss. Right, we're gonna set this. Okay, battle with Big Boss. Snake hurries out of the facility, but standing in his way is a man he knows all too well, his commander, Big Boss, who reveals himself to be the leader of Outer Heaven. He gave Snake this mission in order to feed him false intel to take back, but Snake performed beyond his expectations, forcing Big Boss to get involved personally. As the countdown to destruction ticks away, the battle between Commander and Soldier begins. After an intense gunfight, Snake defeats Big Boss. He escapes to the surface, explosive flames rising into the sky behind him. Snake gets on the radio to report a successful mission, then returns to base. Following this, a news flash is broadcast over the radio, reporting the destruction of Outer Heaven as a massive earthquake. Then, from out of the darkness, comes a voice calling out to Snake. "I'm not dead. Someday, I'll get even with you." Big Boss's identity. The Big Boss who dies after Snake defeats him in this game isn't the real Big Boss, Naked Snake. Oh. Rather, he is Venom Snake from Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. What? There's two Big Bosses? So, Big Boss's identity. The Big Boss who dies after Snake defeats him in this game isn't the real Big Boss, Naked Snake. Rather, he is Venom Snake from Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. He led Outer Heaven as Big Boss's Phantom, in other words, as his body double. Venom was originally a medic who served under Big Boss, but in Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, he fell into a coma after protecting Big Boss from an explosion and becoming seriously wounded. While comatose, he underwent plastic surgery to look exactly like Big Boss, taking his place as leader of Diamond Dogs when he awoke. The name of the operation in Metal Gear, Operation Intrude N313, is also the title of the tape played at the end of Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. Metal Gear character files. Character file number 1. Solid Snake. New recruit of Special Forces Unit Foxhound. When Grey Fox goes missing after being sent to Outer Heaven to gather intel on Metal Gear, a terrifying new weapon, Snake is sent there on a one-man infiltration mission to locate him, learn more about Metal Gear, and then destroy it. Character file 2. Big Boss. Foxhound's commander has previous experience with other Special Forces units, including the Green Berets, the SAS, and the GSG-9. Big Boss. Foxhound's commander has previous experience with other Special Forces units, including the Green Berets, the SAS, and the GSG-9. Offers Snake advice over radio. Yeah, that's a capital O, so start of a new sentence. Yeah, so that's how I was originally saying it, and then I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Maybe that's supposed to be a comma, and yeah. So, but it's weird that it starts with offers Snake advice over the radio rather than and he offers Snake advice over the radio. Okay. So, Grey Fox, a man who has earned Foxhound's greatest honour, the codename Fox. Despite his abilities, he goes missing after infiltrating Outer Heaven. Drago Petrovic Madnar, brilliant scientist who, while attempting to defect to the United States, is captured by agents of Outer Heaven. With his daughter held hostage, he is forced to work on Metal Gear and other weapons projects. Number 5, Diane, member of the Resistance movement, well versed on Outer Heaven's mercenaries. Snyder, so that was the Black Ninja in the second game. Leader of the Resistance, he knows all about the layout of the fortress. Jennifer, member of the Resistance, infiltrates Outer Heaven to rescue her older brother who's been held captive. Steve, member of the Resistance and Diane's older brother, he answers the radio when she is absent. 9. Ellen Madner, Dr. Madner's daughter. She is being held by Outer Heaven, former ballet star. The Mercs of Outer Heaven. Shotmaker, former Spetsnaz member and an expert with a rat gun, guards the hidden cell. Machine Gun Kid wields the automatic weapon that inspired his name, previously a member of the SAS. Fire Trooper can handle a flamethrower as easily as a rifle and was once part of the GSG-9. Bloody Brad, TX-11 model cyberoid developed by Outer Heaven. His body is said to be indestructible. Dirty Duck, former leader of an extremist terror group, attacks with boomerangs while using hostages as human shields. Metal Gear 2 story, the Zanzibar land disturbance. A solo infiltration of Zanzibar land. In the late 1990s, a military regime takes over a small country known as Zanzibar land. On top of becoming a nuclear power, they also abduct one Dr. Keo Marv, the man who developed Oilix, an oil-producing microbe. Roy Campbell, commander of the Special Forces Unit Foxhound, brings Solid Snake out of retirement and tasks him with rescuing Marv. After slipping into Zanzibar land territory, Snake searches for the signal from the transmitter implanted in Dr. Marv. This time around, Snake gets support over the radio from Campbell, survival instructor Master Miller, undercover agent Holly White, as well as others. Snake makes contact with who he thinks to be Marv, but it turns out to be the soldier known as Black Ninja in disguise. What's more, Black Ninja himself was Snyder, leader of the Outer Heaven resistance movement. Using information from Snyder, Snake ultimately gets in touch with Dr. Madnar. He tells him Dr. Marv was moved to the tower building. Madnar also reveals to Snake that Big Boss is the leader of Zanzibar land and that a new Metal Gear is under development there. Dr. Madnar's betrayal. Snake makes his way to the tower building, having to contend with some formidable adversaries and a Hind D. He also rescues Holly on the way, who tells him that Dr. Marv sent out a carrier pigeon. Snake captures it, contacting Marv on the radio frequency on the pigeon's note, but he didn't speak his language. Snake then links up with another agent by the name of Gustava, whom he gets to interpret. Marv tells Snake he is being held in the detention camp. Snake and Gustava locate Madnar, and the three of them head to the camp. However, as they are crossing a bridge over a crevice, the bridge is destroyed and Gustava is killed. The missile that blew up the bridge was fired by Metal Gear, piloted by none other than former member of Foxhound Grey Fox, and Madnar is taken away. Going back to obtain a hang glider, Snake uses it to cross the crevice. He finally locates Dr. Marv, but he's too late. Marv is already dead. According to Madnar, who was in the cell with Marv, Marv hid the Oilix formula in a video game cartridge, while he then hid in a locker before succumbing to his torture injuries. However, Holly calls Snake and reveals that Dr. Madnar is a double agent. His back to the wall, Madnar confesses he killed Marv himself. He also admits to a string of other betrayals before attacking Snake, demanding he hand over the locker key he got from Gustava. A battle to the death with Grey Fox, piloting Metal Gear D. After defeating Madnar, Snake learns that the brooch Gustava gave him just before she died is a shape memory alloy. He goes into the freezer, freezing the key and changing its shape. This allows him to open the locker and obtain the game cartridge, but he is soon once again confronted by Grey Fox in Metal Gear D. Snake attacks its legs, its weak point, but even after destroying the machine, his battle with Grey Fox continues. This time, a hand-to-hand contest in a room filled with mines. After a battle to the death, Snake defeats Fox, who reveals to Snake certain feelings and why he joined Big Boss. Surpassing the legend, the hero Big Boss. Having defeated Grey Fox, Snake is reunited with Big Boss in a room further ahead. The two soldiers of opposing ideologies then enter what will be their final battle. Unarmed due to all his equipment getting burned in the fight with Fox, Snake is forced to scrounge together materials from the rooms around him, crafting an improvised flamethrower which he uses to incinerate Big Boss. He then races to the evac point, linking up with Holly on the way, and escapes Zanzibar land by chopper. After making the game cartridge he secured is the real deal, Snake then disappears once more. Warriors whose only place is on the battlefield. Before the final battle, Big Boss talks about his reasons for promoting war, saying that soldiers such as himself and Grey Fox need battlefields to call home. He speaks of this need to create a place for soldiers in a speech he delivers to Mother Base in the final scene of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, revealing this to be the time when he began to harbour such a feeling. Additionally, while it would appear that his defeat in Metal Gear 2 liberated Grey Fox from the battlefield, in fact his body was recovered by the Patriots and he became the cyborg ninja thrown back into conflict. Alright, pictures. In his speech at the end of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, Big Boss refers to his unit as his home. In Metal Gear Solid, Snake and Grey Fox do battle once again on Shadow Moses Island. Metal Gear 2 character files. Number 1, Solid Snake. After destroying Metal Gear and defeating Big Boss in Outer Heaven Uprising, he made Foxhound famous around the world. Snake left the unit after the incident, retiring to recuperate in Canada, only to be called back into action by the government and Roy Campbell after the situation in Zanzibar land worsened. 2. Roy Campbell, Foxhound's commander. After Big Boss's departure, Campbell transformed the outfit into a high-tech special forces unit, planner of precise and careful operations. 3. Holly White, a journalist who has won numerous awards. She also works as a model, an agent for the CIA as well. She has infiltrated Zanzibar land on the pretense of doing a story. Number 4, McDonald Miller, Foxhound's survival instructor. Though feared by recruits as the drill instructor from hell, at the same time one can hear the respect in their voice when they address him as Master Miller. Number 5, George Kessler, military advisor, has experience in mercenary units around the world. It is said that there isn't a merc alive he isn't familiar with. Also worked as a weapons consultant for Foxhound, though his time there was short-lived. 6. Johan Jacobson, a zoologist also known internationally for his conservation efforts. He was friends with Dr. Madnar in university, visits the area around Zanzibar land to conduct research on desert life. 7. Gustava Hefner, a former pro figure skater known as the Ice Princess. She was also an Olympic gold medalist, has worked as a secret agent since failing in her attempt to defect. 8. Drago Petrovic Madnar, a Russian expert in robotics who defected to the West. He was the developer of TX-55 Metal Gear. 9. Keo Marv, Czech scientist who developed Oilix, a microbe that produces petroleum, abducted by Zanzibar land. 10. Grey Fox, former member of Foxhound. After Big Boss left the unit, he disappeared in pursuit of him. 11. Big Boss, built Outer Heaven in an attempt to control the world's military affairs, but was thwarted by Snake. Following this, he fled to the Middle East. The Mercs of Zanzibar land. 12. Black Ninja, high-tech ninja outfitted with flax armor, real identity Snyder, who appeared in Metal Gear. 13. Running Man, well versed in explosives, he utilizes his incredible running speed to plant booby traps. Former sprinter. 14. Red Blaster, expert grenadier and elite assassin who studied special operations at the university. 15. Four Horsemen, comprised of former elite members of units such as the SAS and the GSG-9. They are a squad who specialise in behind closed doors assassination. 16. Jungle Evil, previously a member of a recon commando unit, this expert in ambushes and guerrilla warfare is known as an assassin without form. 17. Night Fright, last surviving member of legendary guerrilla squad The Whispers. His weapon of choice is a Chinese pistol that is almost completely silent. The explanation of Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. The origin of the Metal Gear systems and style. The Metal Gear series started with Metal Gear and its follow-up Metal Gear 2. Let's take a look at the game systems and style of narrative presentation that would serve as the basis for the later Metal Gear Solid series. The world that began with Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. Metal Gear, a stealth game. Metal Gear, the first entry in the series, was released in 1987. Its biggest characteristic was its gameplay that involved infiltrating a facility without being detected. The protagonist Snake must complete his mission by himself, his weapons and equipment relatively no match for the enemies. If he is spotted, he will quickly be outnumbered, the enemy's concentrated firepower potentially leading to a game over. Even if he does survive the encounter and escapes, they will call for backup and pursue him. The thrill of Metal Gear came not from mowing down waves of enemies, but from observing the enemy's movements and planning how to act accordingly. However, this sort of game design came about due to hardware limitations. Metal Gear was originally going to be a war game, but the hardware at the time struggled to display large numbers of enemies and bullets simultaneously. It was then decided that while the game would still be about war, it would now have the player sneak through enemy territory, which didn't require featuring numerous enemies on screen at once. While the precise nature of this game design would evolve, stealth has been a part of every subsequent title in the series. When Snake enters Outer Heaven, he is nothing, and is told all weapons and equipment must be procured on site. This too became a regular fixture in the series. Though Snake is alone, he receives backup over a radio, including advice on where to obtain weapons. These conversations also reflect changes in the situation as well as story developments. Metal Gear 2, the basis for the Metal Gear Solid series. Metal Gear 2 sees Solid Snake embark on another infiltration mission. This sequel boasts a richer story and incorporates even more stealth elements into its gameplay. Additions such as a motion sensing radar that shows the positions of off-screen enemies, enhanced sound, and the ability to crawl offered more tactical freedom than its predecessor. These and other elements introduced in Metal Gear 2 would go on to be featured throughout the Metal Gear Solid series. Beginning with Metal Gear 2, the game's narratives and settings more strongly reflected actual history, societal issues, and arms affairs. The introduction of the radar made gameplay more tactical. Dots representing enemies would move in real time along with them, creating a sense of going up against real soldiers. If spotted, the enemy's alert status would heighten and the radar would temporarily be unusable. The feature whereby alert status would return to normal after remaining out of sight for a period of time was also introduced in Metal Gear 2. Wild sounds such as footsteps and gunfire can be heard, can alert the enemy if not careful. Knocking on a wall could now be used to lure an enemy away, enabling safe passage through an area. Snake could now crawl under vehicles to hide from the enemy, or crawl into an air duct to safely navigate an area, increasing the player's tactical options. Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 character quotes and profiles. Like later titles in the series, Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake have tightly packed narratives in their own right. Here we'll examine some key scenes and dialogue from both. Big Boss. This is Big Boss. Operation Intrude N313. Infiltrate the enemy's base Outer Heaven and destroy the ultimate weapon, Metal Gear. The first radio call after entering Outer Heaven, everything began with these words from Big Boss. Snyder. No way. The Outer Heaven boss is... Oh no. Snyder realizes who Outer Heaven's leader is, but he gets cut off before he can deliver this information to Snake. Big Boss. I am the Supreme Commander of the Foxhound Unit and the leader of the Fortress of Outer Heaven. Big Boss. Big Boss, who has provided backup to Snake the entire time, turns out to be the mastermind of the incident. From the start, Snake's mission has been orchestrated. Having witnessed the fortress's destruction, Snake gets on frequency 120.13 and reports mission success. No big deal. Job done. That's all. No big deal. I'm coming back now. Over. Snake. Snake, right on time as always. Campbell. From Campbell's comment at the start of the mission, it's clear he and Snake know each other well. Grey Fox, I'm your #1 fan. Keep up the good work. The informant who told Snake about the minefield was none other than Grey Fox. Grey Fox, I was born on the battlefield and I'll die on the battlefield. All I can do is fight, Snake. All I can do is fight. On the verge of death, Grey Fox reveals that despite his hatred for war, he doesn't know how to do anything else. It doesn't matter who wins here, our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield and the winner will remain. Big Boss. Before the final battle, Big Boss continues, telling Snake that the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. Holly, you said it yourself, stay alive and we'll meet again sometime. Snake reunites with Holly on his way to the exfil point. Snake is surprised to see her, and she responds with the words he said to her when they first met. Special Force Group, Foxhound. Oh, that's it. Okay, and the screenplay book. Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake. Screenplay book. Metal Gear, the story compendium. This story compendium was completed using in-game story content that was still in development at the time, so some content may differ from what actually appears in the game. Any significant differences come with added notes that explain the change. Additionally, please note that the compendium contains all of the story content within the game and therefore includes spoilers. It is recommended that you finish the game before reading. Okay, Section 1. Locate Grey Fox. Building 1, first floor, southwest. Editor's note. The floors maps of Building 1 have been roughly divided into 4 areas: northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. Solid Snake swims underwater, arriving at the insertion point at Outer Heaven. Snake receives a call from Big Boss. This is Big Boss. Operation Intrude N313. Infiltrate the enemy's base, Outer Heaven, and destroy the ultimate weapon, Metal Gear. Let's go over the details first. Make contact with Grey Fox and find the location of the ultimate weapon, Metal Gear. Let's use frequency 120.85 for all communications from now on. Over. This is actually good because at the end there of Metal Gear 2, the dialogue went by pretty quickly there. From the insertion point, Snake proceeds inside the base. Big Boss contacts him again. This is Big Boss. The mission is infiltration. Make sure that the enemy does not discover your whereabouts. Over. Snake makes his way north. He comes to an area with a row of trucks. Snake radios Big Boss. This is Solid Snake. Come in. This is Big Boss. Outfit yourself with weapons and equipment from the enemy's trucks and armories. Pick up ammunition from guards. Snake has gone in with only a pack of cigarettes. All weapons and equipment must be procured on site. You need a card to open the door. Look for the card. Over. Snake procures some valuable items from the backs of the trucks. A ration, binoculars, and card 1. Building 1, first floor, northwest. Snake presses on to the northwest area of the floor. Here he finds another row of parked trucks. Snake loots these as well, adding a handgun and mines to his arsenal. He makes his way to the west elevator. 2 enemy soldiers stand guard on either side of it. Snake radios Big Boss. This is Big Boss. Use the elevator to move from floor to floor. Remember where the elevators are. Over. A voice calls out, relieving the guards from their posts. Release soldier. Shift change. The guards walk off. Snake hops on the unattended elevator before the soldiers' replacements show up. He takes the elevator to the 3rd floor. Building 1, 3rd floor, northwest. Snake gets off the elevator. 2 surveillance cameras are in operation. Big Boss contacts Snake. This is Big Boss. Watch out for the surveillance cameras. Over. Taking advantage of the camera's blind spots, Snake heads to the floor's southwest area. If player calls Big Boss while near the elevator, this is Big Boss. The resistance should be there. Try and contact them over the radio. Over. If the player calls frequency 120.79 while in this area. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. I'll guide you around the inside of the base. Let's use frequency 120.79 to contact each other. Over. Building 1, 3rd floor, southwest. Snake enters the area, only to discover it's been flooded with gas. Big Boss contacts him again. This is Big Boss. I forgot to tell you, you'll need a gas mask for the gas room. Snyder, the leader of the Resistance, should be able to tell you where to get a gas mask. Over. Snake then calls Snyder to find out what he knows. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. The gas mask is on the 1st floor to the south. Over. Snake heads back to the 1st floor to get his hands on the gas mask. Building 1, 1st floor. Snake has returned to the 1st floor. He uses card 1 to unlock a door in the southeast area. Snake enters the room. He sees the gas mask lying on a table in the back, but there's a guard nearby. A sleeping soldier. I'm sleepy. The guard falls asleep. Before he wakes up, Snake grabs the gas mask and slips back out the room. If enough time elapses, the guard wakes back up. Fell asleep. Building 1, third floor, southwest. Snake returns to the third floor of Building 1. He puts on the gas mask and makes his way through the gas. On the other side, he discovers security has gotten tighter. There's a guard as well as a surveillance camera here. Snake evades both of them. He takes out card 1 again, using it to unlock a cell in the southeast, and heads inside. Snake discovers prisoner A. He unties the prisoner, who then gives Snake some vital information. Thanks for saving me. The Foxhound member that infiltrated this base a few days ago is unarmed. They captured him. Snake leaves the prisoner behind and continues the search for Grey Fox. Entering a room to the east, he comes upon a trap in the form of a large rolling device. Snake avoids the trap and picks up the plastic explosives in the back of the room. He then continues further east. Building 1, third floor, southeast. Snake comes to an area with a floor that has a high voltage current running through it. Snake receives another call from Big Boss. This is Big Boss. I forgot to tell you. In order to turn off the juice, you'll have to destroy the electrical power panel. You need an RC missile. Snyder, the leader of the resistance, should be able to tell you where to get one. Over. Snake radios Snyder again. This is Resistance leader Snyder. The RC missiles are in the southwest. Over. Snake turns around and begins a search for the RC remote control missiles. Avoiding another guard and more cameras, he stops by a different room and picks up card 2 on the way. Building 1, third floor, southwest. Snake uses card 2 to unlock a room in the southwest part of the floor. There he acquires the RC missiles. Building 1, third floor, southeast. Snake returns to the area with the electrified floor. He guides an RC missile through the room, destroying the electrical panel. The current stops. Snake continues past the high voltage area to the northeast section of the floor. Building 1, third floor, northeast. Snake frees prisoner B and receives information from him. Thank you for helping me. Diane from the Resistance will provide support on frequency 120.33. Diane should have a lot of information about the enemy. Snake raises Diane on the frequency he was given. Instead of Diane, however, an individual by the name of Steve answers. This is Steve. Diane? If I know Diane, she's gone shopping and won't have come back yet. Snake leaves the cell and continues further north. After dealing with more guards, he uses card 2 to enter the room to the north. Here, he stumbles upon a cardboard box and takes it with him. Snake enters a room in the northwest area of the floor. Inside, 4 soldiers ambush him. Snake tries calling Diane for help again. This time she picks up. Take my coat off. Ooh, my goodness, there's a lot of reading to do. Okay, I'll be right back. Just gonna get a drink. Yikes. That's a lot of reading to do. Got some water. Okay. Hi, this is Diane. They have a suppressor. Bye. Snake takes out the soldiers and secures the suppressor. He then heads through a door on the east side of the room, coming to another room with a grenade launcher. With this additional gear in his possession, Snake heads for the northeast section of the first floor. Building 1, first floor, northeast. Snake takes the east elevator down to the first floor. Continuing south, he arrives at an area with 3 surveillance cameras. Snake contacts Big Boss. This is Big Boss. You will need to use camouflage in exposed locations. For example, maybe there's something you can wear on your head. Over. Snake pushes on, using the cardboard box to hide himself from the cameras. He uses card 2 again to enter a room to the east, where he acquires a submachine gun. Snake also rescues prisoner C nearby. Thank you for saving me. That member of Foxhound, Grey Fox, he's being held in a secret cell. Snake radios Snyder to get more information. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. The secret cell? Sorry, I don't know. Over. Snake leaves the cell. He continues to search the base for clues as to the location of this secret cell. Building 1, first floor, southeast. Snake heads south. In a room on the west side of the passageway, he rescues prisoner D. Thanks for helping me. The only way to get close to the secret cell is to get caught. Armed with this knowledge, Snake pays close attention to the soldiers as he continues on. Suddenly, Snake finds himself surrounded. Don't move. Take him away. The soldiers take Snake away to a cell. Section 2. Locate Dr. Madnar. Building 1, B1F, southwest. The soldiers dump Snake in the cell. He receives another call from Big Boss. This is Big Boss. Infiltration accomplished. Find the cell where they're holding Grey Fox. Check the walls. Over. Snake starts knocking on the walls. The sound coming from the west wall is different from the other walls. Snake keeps hitting the wall with his fist. The wall soon collapses. On the other side of the wall is another cell. Being held here is none other than Grey Fox. Snake unties him. Grey Fox starts talking. You made it, rookie. I'm Grey Fox. Metal Gear is the ultimate weapon, an all-terrain, nuclear-equipped walking battle tank. When it's finished, a nuclear strike can be launched from anywhere on the planet. We must do everything we can to destroy it before it's completed. There's only one way to destroy Metal Gear. And the only person that knows how to do that is Metal Gear's developer, Dr. Drago Petrovic Madnar. And he is held prisoner somewhere inside this building. Find Dr. Madnar. Having rescued Grey Fox, Snake turns his attention to the search for Dr. Madnar. He escapes the cell by punching through the south wall. Snake then contacts Big Boss. This is Big Boss. Recover your weapons and equipment and get out of there. The enemy has confiscated all weapons and equipment Snake has obtained up to this point. They've got to be hidden in a room somewhere. Punch your way through. Over. Snake presses on, looking for his weapons and equipment, but he soon runs into Shotmaker, who guards these secret cells. I am Shotmaker. No one has ever escaped from here. Shotmaker fires his riot gun at Snake. Dodging his attacks, Snake calls Diane for advice. Once again, Steve answers instead. This is Steve. Diane? If I know Diane, she'll be taking a shower right now. Snake cuts transmission and searches for his gear while continuing to evade Shotmaker's assault. He punches through the southeast section of the wall, discovering a small hidden room. In it, Snake finds the weapons and equipment that were stolen from him. He recovers them. A pop-up window saying, "Recovered your weapons and equipment," appears. But something isn't right. Snake radio's Big Boss. This is Big Boss. Inspect your equipment. Have you been bugged by the enemy? Over. Snake discovers a transmitter among his equipment. He destroys it. If the player doesn't destroy it, they will be discovered every time they are in a room with an enemy soldier in it. Having recovered his weapons, Snake engages Shotmaker once more. After a grueling battle, Snake is victorious. He uses card 2 to enter another small room at the southwest corner of the area, where he obtains card 3 and ammo. Snake is ready to move on. Building 1, B1F, southeast. Snake continues east. He runs into some guard dogs, but manages to evade them. Snake calls Snyder. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. Knock on the walls and listen for a difference in sound. That's where you should set your explosives. Over. Snake knocks on the walls, eventually discovering a spot that sounds different. He plants a plastic explosive in front of it and detonates it. It blows a hole in the wall, revealing another secret room. In it is an enemy uniform. Snake picks up the uniform and takes a nearby elevator to the second floor. Building 1, second floor, northeast. Snake arrives on the second floor. Security here is tighter than previous areas. There are considerably more surveillance cameras and guards. After more tussles with guards, Snake reaches the southwest area of the floor. Second floor, southwest. Snake rescues prisoner E and hears what he has to say.
Thank you for helping me. The only way to get into the inner courtyard is to parachute in from the roof.
Snake exits the cell and continues southwest. He uses card 3 to unlock another door. Inside this room, he obtains the infrared goggles. Second floor, southeast. Snake searches the east side of the second floor. There are no soldiers here, but Snake notices some suspicious devices. He contacts Big Boss. This is Big Boss. I forgot to tell you. Watch out for the infrared sensors. You'll need infrared goggles. Over. Snake puts on the infrared goggles, revealing a number of infrared beams coming from the devices. If the player touches these red lines, soldiers will appear. He avoids the sensors as he makes his way south. Building 1, second floor, southeast. In a room at the southernmost point of the floor, Snake discovers prisoner F. He unties him.
Thanks for helping me. Dr. Mednar is being held in the cell located in the inner courtyard.
Snake now begins looking for this cell in the courtyard. Building 1, second floor, southwest. After continuing to the southwest, Snake is ambushed by Outer Heaven mercenary Machine Gun Kid.
I'm the Machine Gun Kid. This is the end of the line for you.
Snake calls Diane for advice.
Hi, this is Diane. The Machine Gun Kid is vulnerable to attack by RC missiles. Bye.
Snake takes out his RC missiles and fires them at Machine Gun Kid. After a heated battle, Snake triumphs. Testing. Okay, great. Mic works. Okay. Building 1. Roof, northeast. Snake steps out from the east elevator onto the roof of Building 1. He receives another call from Big Boss. This is Big Boss. I forgot to tell you. There's a wind barrier on the roof. Look for a bomb blast suit. Over. Snake reads Snyder. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. The bomb blast suit is in the basement. Over. Snake now heads back to the first floor basement. Building 1, B1F, southeast. Snake has returned to the first floor basement. He uses plastic explosives to blow through a series of walls. He enters the room in the middle of the area where he discovers the bomb blast suit. Snake returns to the roof. Building 1, roof, northeast. Snake is back on the roof. He puts on the bomb blast suit and makes it through the wind barrier. Building 1, roof, southwest. In a room on the southwest part of the roof, Snake discovers Prisoner G. The prisoner gives Snake more information.
Thanks for saving me. If you have a parachute, you can jump off from the edge of the barrier.
Snake calls Snyder. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. The parachute is on the second floor. Over. Snake heads back to the second floor. Building 1, second floor, southwest. Snake hunts for the parachute on the second floor. He discovers it in a room on the north side of the area where he fought Machine Gun Kid. Snake makes his way back to the roof. Building 1, roof, northwest. Snake arrives at the northwest part of the roof. A suspension bridge is blown about by the high winds. Snake crosses it to reach the southwest area. Building 1, roof, southwest. On the other side of the bridge are guards hovering in the air. Snake avoids the attacks from these jetpack soldiers. As he heads west, he comes to another area with a high voltage floor. Snake uses an RC missile to destroy the electric panel, then enters the room on the other side of the floor. It contains a mine detector. Snake takes it with him. Back outside the room, Snake dodges another barrage from the jetpack soldiers as he heads east. Building 1, roof, southeast. On the southeast part of the roof is the Hind D, a large attack helicopter. Its machine gun opens fire at Snake. Snake contacts Diane for advice again.
Hi, this is Diane. The Hind D can be brought down with a grenade launcher. Bye.
Snake takes out the grenade launcher and fires at the Hind D. Snake's grenades make quick work of the helicopter. He carries on north, where he discovers a gap in the roof's railing. Snake puts on the parachute and descends to the courtyard through the gap. Building 1, courtyard, northeast. Snake lands in the courtyard, avoiding the guard dogs' attacks. He heads south. Building 1, courtyard, southeast. Snake comes to another area with trucks. There are no guards around. Sensing the area could be mined, Snake equips the mine detector. If the player doesn't have the mine detector, Snake contacts Snyder. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. The mine detector is on the roof. Over. Snake heads back to the roof and picks up the mine detector. The mine detector allows him to know the locations of mines planted around one of the trucks. Avoiding the mines, Snake hops into the back of the truck on the right. In it, he picks up card 4. If player gets in the truck on the left, Snake jumps into the truck. Suddenly, it starts to move. The truck's been moved. The truck takes Snake back to the southwest area of Building 1, first floor, the game starting area. Building 1, courtyard, northeast. Snake uses card 4 to enter a cell in the courtyard, close to where he landed, but Dr. Madnar is nowhere to be found. Dr. Madnar, was I too late? Snake starts searching for more information. Building 1, courtyard northwest. Snake next uses card 4 to enter another cell in the northwest part of the courtyard. There he discovers prisoner H. Snake frees him.
Thank you for helping me. Dr. Mednar was just transferred to Building 2. Building 2 is located 10 kilometers north of here.
Pointed in the right direction, Snake now looks for a way to Building 2. He uses card 4 at the northern side of Building 1 to open a door that leads to a desert. Desert 1, south. A desert extends as far as the eye can see. Snake takes out the mine detector, using it to avoid mines as he makes his way north to Building 2. Desert 1, north. Waiting for Snake is the tank, one of Outer Heaven's heavy tanks. It starts shelling. Snake radios Diane.
Hi, this is Diane. Mines can destroy the tank. Bye.
Snake uses his mines to chip away at the tank. Eventually, he destroys it and continues further north. Building 2, first floor entrance. Snake has reached the entrance to the first floor of Building 2. Several soldiers stand watch, checking the credentials of anyone who comes by. It seems that Foxhound is trying to infiltrate the base. Whatever you do, do not let them through. Big Boss called Snake. This is Big Boss. Inspections. Wear the enemy uniform and infiltrate. Let's use frequency 120.13 for all communication from now on. Over. Snake dons the enemy uniform and approaches the entrance. If the player doesn't have the enemy uniform, Snake contacts Snyder. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. The enemy uniform is in the basement of Building 1. Let's use frequency 120.26 from now on. Over. Snake retraces his steps to Building 1 and grabs the enemy uniform. The soldiers notice Snake, but they take him to be one of them. Go on in. Snake heads inside Building 2. The player can also get Diane's new frequency from her. Snake calls Diane.
Hi, this is Diane. Let's use frequency 120.91 to communicate from now on. Call me again, okay? Bye.
Building 2, first floor, southwest. Editor's note. The floors maps of Building 2 have been roughly divided into 9 areas: north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and middle. Snake enters Building 2. He drops down into a channel of waist-high water and makes his way through it. Snake can't use weapons while in the channel. Building 2, first floor west. When Snake climbs out of the channel, he's attacked by the bulldozer, a large bulldozer type tank. Snake radios Diane for advice, but she doesn't answer. Certain frequencies inside Building 2 are jammed. Snake fires back at the bulldozer with his grenade launcher. After destroying it, Snake continues ahead. Building 2, first floor northwest. Snake has entered into an area with a number of infrared sensors. He puts on his infrared goggles, using them to avoid crossing the beams in this area. Avoid crossing the beams as he continues his search for Dr. Madner. The positions of the beams in this area change at regular intervals. Building 2, first floor north. Snake jumps into another water channel through a gap in the railing and moves through it to the other side. Building 2, first floor, middle. Snake enters a room on the west side of the middle of the building. Here he picks up an antenna. Big Boss calls. This is Big Boss. They are trying to jam our signal, but we are okay on this frequency. Over. From this point on, radio signals will go through per usual. Snake takes the elevator on the north side of the building up to the roof. Roof, northwest. Snake arrives on the roof. He contacts Snyder. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. The north elevator can only take you to the higher floors. Over. If the player also calls Diane, Snake calls Diane. But once again, Steve answers instead.
This is Steve. Diane? Not you again. You better stay away from Diane. Snake has walked into an ambush. The soldiers' onslaught begins. Snake manages to dodge their fire and slip into a cell. Prisoner I is being held here. Snake frees him, and the prisoner gives him some crucial information. Thank you for helping me. Dr. Mednar is in the underground dungeon. Snake leaves the cell and heads for this underground dungeon. Building 2, roof, southwest. Snake heads for the southwest area of Building 2's roof. A large group of jetpack soldiers appear and surround Snake. Snake evades their attacks and enters a room to the south. He picks up card 5 inside. Snake leaves the room and heads east. Building 2, roof, east. Snake uses card 5 to open a door in the east part of the roof. On the other side of the door is the south elevator. Snake gets on it and heads down to the underground dungeon where Dr. Madnar is supposedly being held. Building 2, B1F, southeast. Snake arrives at the first floor basement. He contacts Schneider. This is Resistance Leader Schneider. The south elevator can only take you to the lower floors. Over. Avoiding more guards, Snake continues on. He receives a call from Schneider. This is Resistance Leader Schneider. This is the start of the gas room. Over. Building 2, B1F, south. Snake enters the gas area. He puts the gas mask back on and searches the dungeon. Snake raises Schneider, hoping to get more information. This is Resistance Leader Schneider. Knock on the walls and listen for a difference in sound. That's where you should set your explosives. Over. Snake heads up the corridor, eventually coming to a dead end. Per Schneider's advice, Snake knocks on the walls. As before, he discovers an area where the wall sounds different. Snake plants a plastic explosive in front of it and sets it off. The bomb tears through the wall and Snake continues past it. Building 2, B1F, northeast. Snake says Prisoner J. Thanks for helping me. The only way out from this floor is to find the north elevator. Snake leaves the cell and carries on with the search. Building 2, B1F, north. Snake opens the door on the north side of the area. In this room is a man who appears to be Dr. Mednar. Snake approaches him. You fell into my trap. The real Dr. Mednar is on the second floor. Die, Foxhound. A pit trap opens in the floor around the imposter. Snake manages to avoid the trap and leaves the room through the west exit. Inside this west room, he discovers card 6 and takes it with him. Snake then contacts Schneider. This is Resistance Leader Schneider, just a little further to the north. Elevator. Over. Snake opens the door in front of him with card 6, looking for the north elevator that will take him to the second floor, where the real Dr. Mednar was said to be. Building 2, B1F, northwest. Snake has reached the north elevator, but standing in front of the elevator is the mercenary known as Fire Trooper, armed with a flamethrower. I am a fire trooper. I'll burn you to a crisp. Snake dodges the inferno directed toward him while firing back. Ultimately, Snake proves to be the victor. Building 2, 2F, northwest. Snake takes the north elevator to the second floor. He gets off only to discover a significantly greater enemy presence. But he manages to avoid any encounters and makes his way through the floor. Snake obtains the antidote in a room to the north, then heads for the middle area. Building 2, 2F, middle. Snake arrives at the middle area of the floor. The doors here are guarded by 2 bloody Brad units. Cyberoids, outer heaven has developed. Snake hits the bloody Brads with everything he's got, but his attacks have no effect on them. Snake contacts Diane.
Hi, this is Diane. Bloody Brad, who's protecting the door, is indestructible. Run away.
Snake has no choice but to flee. Building 2, 2nd floor, southwest. Snake proceeds northwest. He uses card 6 to open another locked room. Here, Snake finally comes face to face with Dr. Mednar. Snake unties him.
I am Dr. Drago Petrovic Madar. My daughter, Ellen, is a hostage. Unless you help Ellen, I won't tell you anything about Metal Gear. Ellen is being held in the basement of Building 1. Please help her.
Snake calls Snyder for information about the basement of Building 1. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. A secret underground passageway to Building 1 starts from the southwest corner of the basement. Over. Snake now heads for the southwest part of Building 2's basement. Building 2, 2F, southeast. Snake moves towards the south elevator. On the way, he rescues Prisoner K from a room in the southeast part of the floor. Thanks for rescuing me. You'll need a compass to cross the desert. Snake successfully avoids a rolling device and a pit trap in the same room, then reaches the south elevator. He takes it to the first floor basement. Building 2, B1F, southeast. Snake searches for the secret underground passageway that leads to Building 1. He knocks on walls, eventually finding one with a different sound. Snake blows up the wall with a plastic explosive. He steps through the hole it leaves behind, soon coming to the underground passageway. Buildings 1 to 2, underground passageway. The passageway is pitch black. Snake gets a call from Diane.
Hi, this is Diane. Are you okay? Look out for traps. Bye.
Snake hesitates to advance, given he can't see where he's stepping. He contacts Snyder. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. The flashlight is on the first floor. Over. Snake heads back to the first floor of Building 2 to pick up the flashlight. Building 2, first floor, southwest. Snake moves through the first floor, using card 6 to open a room in the southwest corner. Inside, he discovers the flashlight and takes it with him. Snake takes the south elevator back to the basement, then carries on to the underground passageway. Buildings 1 to 2, underground passageway. Snake uses the flashlight to illuminate the area. He can now see the ground in front of him. Snake heads south through the passage, avoiding the pit traps placed in it. Building 1, B1F, northwest. Snake uses card 6 to enter a room in the northwest part of Building 1's first floor basement. He hears a woman's voice coming through the east wall of the room.
Help!
Snake uses a plastic explosive to blast through the wall. The wall is destroyed, revealing a hidden room. Dr. Madnar's daughter, Ellen, is being held inside. Snake unties her.
Thank you. My name is Ellen Madnar. I am Dr. Madnar's daughter. They forced my father to create Metal Gear. Please, hurry and help my father.
Snake heads back to Madnar to let him know his daughter is okay. Building 2, 2F, northwest. Snake has made it back to Dr. Mednar. Once he hears that Snake has rescued Ellen, Mednar starts talking about Metal Gear. I am Dr. Drago Petrovic Mednar. Metal Gear is 20 kilometers north of this building. It's located 100 floors under Building 3. There's only one way to destroy Metal Gear. Attach plastic explosives to the legs of the unit where the armor is thin. The sequence is RRL, RLL, RLL, RRL, RLR. After that, I don't remember. You have to attach 16 sets. The card that gets you out of building 2 is with Bloody Brad. He's vulnerable to attacks from a rocket launcher. Good luck. Snake leaves the room and starts looking for the rocket launcher. Building 2, 2F, East. Snake checks around the first floor for the rocket launcher. He rescues prisoner L, who gives him some particularly useful information.
Thank you for saving me. You should be able to contact Jennifer from the Resistance on frequency 120.48. Jennifer will provide you with direct support. But she's very proud. Unless you're really high class, she won't respond.
Snake leaves the cell and raises Jennifer. She doesn't respond if the player's class isn't max level. 5 stars.
This is Jennifer. I'll prepare the rocket launcher for you. Come and get it. Over.
Snake presses on. He uses card 6 on the locked door on the east side. Inside is the rocket launcher Jennifer prepared for him. Snake picks up the rocket launcher and leaves. So to get 5 stars, at this point you have to rescue all of the hostages. Well, all of the prisoners so far. Building 2, 2F middle. Snake returns to the room with the bloody brads. He equips the rocket launcher and starts raining rocket fire upon them. After a hard-fought battle, Snake destroys both of the units. One of the bloody brads drops card 7. Snake picks it up. He then searches the floor for one last piece of gear before leaving Building 2. Building 2, 2F northeast. Snake discovers a door that won't open with any of the cards. He gives Jennifer a call.
This is Jennifer. I'll open the door. Over.
The door slides open. Snake enters the room and picks up the compass on the table. Now ready to go, Snake heads for the north exit on the first floor of Building 2. Section 3. Destroy Metal Gear. Desert 2. Snake uses card 7 to open the Building 2 first floor exit and walks out into another desert. It's swarming with scorpions, which attack Snake. He's stung by them. Snake contacts Diane for advice.
Hi, this is Diane. Use antidote against the scorpion poison. Bye.
Snake uses the antidote to counteract the poison and the compass to make his way north. If the player doesn't have the compass, the desert becomes an endless loop. Snake contacts Snyder. This is Resistance Leader Snyder. The compass is on the second floor. Over. Snake doubles back to the second floor of Building 2 and retrieves the compass. After trekking through the desert for what seems like forever, the entrance to Building 3 comes into view. It's flanked by a row of trucks on either side. Enemy soldiers leap out of the trucks. Snake manages to dodge their gunfire. He then gets a call from Big Boss. This is Big Boss. Get in the truck on the right. Over. Snake, obeying Big Boss's order, gets in the truck on the right. The truck starts to move. Building 1, courtyard southeast. The truck comes to a stop. Snake jumps out, only to discover he's back in Building 1's courtyard. Snake can't help but wonder about Big Boss's order as he makes his way back to Building 3's entrance. Desert 2. Snake has returned to Building 3, avoiding the enemy soldiers' gunfire. This time Snake ignores the trucks and opens the door to the building and heads inside. Building 3, first floor south. Editor's note. The floors maps of Building 3 have been roughly divided into 9 areas: north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and middle. Snake enters Building 3. Big Boss contacts him again. This is Big Boss. Enter the door on your left. Over. Snake heads for the left west door as he takes down enemy soldiers. But the moment he enters the room, a massive pit trap opens up. Snake avoids the pit trap in the nick of time and heads back out of the room to the one he was in before. There are enemy soldiers surround him once again. Snake calls Jennifer for advice on how to get himself out of this tight spot.
This is Jennifer. Blow up the wall. Over.
Snake follows Jennifer's suggestion and looks for a wall he can take down. He discovers one in the northeast part of the room and destroys it with a plastic explosive. Snake steps through the hole in the wall. Building 3, first floor, north. Snake avoids more pit traps as he heads up the passageway. He reaches an elevator, gets in, and begins a descent deep underground. The elevator is headed for the 100th floor basement of Building 3. Building 3, B100F, southeast. Snake gets off the elevator, stepping into the bowels of the base. He receives a call from Jennifer.
This is Jennifer. There should be an oxygen cylinder on the other side of the wall. Over.
Snake pushes on, avoiding the laser cameras watching over the area. He examines the south wall of the room, discovering a spot that appears to be destructible. Snake uses a plastic explosive to destroy the wall. On the other side is a hidden room. Here, Snake obtains the oxygen tank. Building 3, B100F, south. Snake moves deeper into the floor. Big Boss radios him again. This is Big Boss, Solid Snake. Abort the mission. Return immediately. This is an order. Turn off the system's power at once. Over. Sensing something isn't right with Big Boss, this time Snake disregards his order and carries on. But a locked door stands in his way. Snake contacts Jennifer. So if you do as Big Boss says at this time and you turn off your machine, then you have to turn it back on and load from the last checkpoint.
This is Jennifer. The card needed to open the doors from this point onwards can be found on the east side of Building 3. That location is connected to Building 2's waterworks. Over.
Snake returns to Building 2. Building 2, 1F northeast, to Building 3, 1F east. Snake is back at the northeast area of Building 2's first floor. He uses card 5 to enter a cell in the northeast. Prisoner M is being held inside. Snake frees him and receives information from him.
Thank you for helping me. The far end of the waterworks is connected to Building 3.
Snake leaves the cell and enters the channel in front of him. He puts on the oxygen tank, dives into the deep part of the water, and swims north. Snake reaches the first floor of Building 3 and climbs out the channel. Slipping past more guards, he soon comes to another electrified floor. Snake uses an RC missile to destroy the circuit panel, neutralizing the floor. He goes in the room beyond it. Upon entering the room, Snake gets a call from Snyder.
This is Resistance Leader Snyder. I know who the Outer Heaven boss is. No way. The Outer Heaven boss is... Oh no.
The line goes dead. Snake replenishes his ammo and enters the room to the east. Inside are 3 more prisoners as well as another Outer Heaven merc, Dirty Doc.
I am Dirty Doc. Go ahead and shoot, if you dare.
Jennifer radios Snake.
This is Jennifer. Dirty Doc has card 8. My brother is among the captives. Please don't kill him. If anything happens to my brother, I won't help you anymore.
If the player kills him, their class goes down and Jennifer will no longer assist them. Dirty Doc uses the hostages as shields and attacks with boomerangs. Struggling against the onslaught, Snake contacts Diane.
Hi, this is Diane. The only way to win without killing your allies is to use the handgun. Bye.
Snake takes out the handgun and comes at Dirty Doc from behind. He fires at... That's what I did. He fires at Dirty Doc, careful not to hit any of the hostages. After a bitter fight, Snake defeats Dirty Doc. He picks up card 8, which Dirty Doc had on him. Snake frees Jennifer's older brother and the other prisoners. If the player kills the hostage in front of Dirty Doc, Jennifer's brother, the following conversation doesn't take place.
Thanks for saving me.
Oh wait.
Thanks for saving me. I'm Jennifer's brother. When you make your escape, climb the ladder on the left.
Snake doubles back and returns to the building's 100th floor basement. Building 3, B100F, southeast. Snake gets off the elevator. He opens the cell on the east with card 8. Snake rescues prisoner N inside.
Thank you for helping me. The Outer Heaven boss is Foxhound's commanding officer, Big Boss. He's behind all of this. Don't let him trick you.
To find out the truth, Snake heads for the innermost part of the floor. Building 3, B100F middle. Snake uses card 8 to open another locked door. Behind it is another room filled with gas. Snake puts on his gas mask one more time and makes his way through the gas. However, he soon finds himself at a dead end. Snake videos Jennifer.
This is Jennifer. Blow up the wall on the left. Over.
Snake checks the northwest wall of the gas room. Seeing it is in fact destructible, he takes it down with a plastic explosive. Snake advances past the rubble. He avoids yet another pit trap and a room filled with gas, arriving at an electrified floor. The problem is, Snake can't see a circuit panel anywhere. Snake contacts Jennifer again.
This is Jennifer. You're just gonna have to make a run for it. As long as you have some rations left, you'll be okay. Over.
Snake proceeds across the floor as he endures the electricity surging through his body. He opens the door on the north side of the room, which takes him to the deepest part of the 100th floor basement. Building 3, B100F, north. Snake opens the door. Standing tall before him is a nuclear-armed bipedal tank, TX-55 Metal Gear. Metal Gear itself isn't operational, but the laser cameras behind it are, and they begin firing at Snake. Remembering what Dr. Madner told him, Snake plants plastic explosives on Metal Gear's legs, one after the others, all the while dodging the laser camera's attacks. The bombs weaken the machine's legs, where its armor is the weakest. After a long back and forth battle, Snake succeeds in destroying Metal Gear. Suddenly, an announcement blurs out. Emergency, emergency. The self-destruct sequence for Outer Heaven has been activated. All personnel are ordered to evacuate immediately. The countdown to Outer Heaven's destruction begins. If player calls Jennifer at this point, Snake raises Jennifer.
This is Jennifer. If you use a cigarette, you'll buy yourself some more time. Come back alive, got it? Solid Snake?
Snake takes a drag from the cigarette. This adds 2,000 units of time to the countdown. Snake begins his escape. He opens the door to the west. Waiting for him on the other side is Foxhound's commander, Big Boss. He reveals the truth to Snake. Solid Snake, I've been expecting you. I am the Supreme Commander of the Foxhound Unit and the leader of the Fortress of Outer Heaven, Big Boss. I gave this mission to you, a rookie, thinking I could use you to fool the rest of the world. But you were too good. You went too far. Solid Snake, I'm not going down alone. I'm taking you with me. Prepare to die. Big Boss opens fire on his unit's new recruit. Snake calls Diane.
This is Diane. I don't know how to defeat Big Boss. Now it's all up to you, Solid Snake. I want to tell you. Never mind. Be careful.
Snake hides behind cover to avoid getting hit. He takes out the rocket launcher. Snake fires rockets back at Big Boss in between his attacks. Big Boss eventually succumbs to the onslaught. Snake makes for an exit before the facility is destroyed. Building 3, B100F, northwest. Snake comes to 3 ladders leading up. Remembering what Jennifer's brother told him, he climbs the ladder on the left. Near Outer Heaven. With the clock ticking, Snake races up the ladder and puts some distance between himself and the base. The timer hits 0. As Snake runs, there's the sound of a massive explosion behind him. A giant mushroom cloud rises over outer heaven. Snake sets his radio's frequency to 120.13 and transmits. This is Solid Snake. Metal Gear has been destroyed. Operation Intrude N313 was a success. No big deal. Job done. That's all. No big deal. I'm coming back now. Over. Snake's radio picks up a broadcast. This is Radio KNK. We have a special news flash. Today, before sunrise, a large earthquake was recorded in the vicinity of Galsburg, South Africa. The staff credits roll. Ending. A black background. From out of the darkness comes the voice of Big Boss. Can you hear me, Solid Snake? I'm not dead. Someday I'll get even with you. Someday we will meet again. Well, that was cool. Okay, on to the next one. Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake. Section 1. Infiltrate Zanzibar Land. Opening cutscene 1. Images of Metal Gear on the radio screen are accompanied by main staff credits. Title logo, Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake. Opening cutscene 2. Prologue text appears on screen against the background of illustrations of weapons and gear. It is the late 1990s. The world is embarking on an age of peace and stability. Relations between the Cold War superpowers have thawed. Regional conflicts are being resolved. The threat of nuclear war is now a thing of the past. But there are some who do not desire peace. An atmosphere of tension begins to build in the Middle East. A military junta comes to power in Zanzibar Land, a small nation bordering on the USSR, China, and the Middle East. Zanzibar Land attacks nuclear weapons disposal sites around the world, seizing those weapons that are still intact, and becomes the world's only nuclear power. It then begins to invade its neighbours at will. After renouncing nukes forever, the world is once again threatened by the spectre of nuclear war. Meanwhile, the world's oil supply, which was to last another 30 years, suddenly and unexpectedly dries up. Without a safe alternative source of energy, the world faces a severe energy crisis. It is in these dire circumstances that Dr. Keo Marv, a Czech biologist, develops Oilex, a microbe that can synthesize high-grade petroleum. With this discovery, global tensions are once again on the rise. On his way to attend an American scientific conference, Dr. Marv is kidnapped by agents of Zanzibar Land. With its nuclear weapons and the secret of Oilex, Zanzibar Land plans to achieve global military domination. A tiny microbe, only a few microns wide, is about to change the world forever. Title appears. Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake. Zanzibar building infiltration point. Snake climbs up a cliff, slipping into the grounds of the complex. He receives a call from Campbell. This is Snake. I've reached the infiltration point. Snake, right on time, as always. Let's get started. Commencing Operation Intrude F014. Let's go over this one more time. Your mission is to infiltrate Zanzibar Land and rescue the kidnapped Czech biologist, Dr. Keo Marv. Snake, we've provided you with a new anti-personnel sensor. Try switching it on. Roger. Okay, it's on. The radar comes to life with Snake, the player, and the enemies represented by dots. The white dots on your radar are enemy soldiers. The red dot is your current position. The radar is equipped with several other types of sensors as well. They should warn you of any unseen dangers. What's the radar's effective range? Take a look at your radar display. It shows a Oh, that's 9, not G. It shows a 9-screen area centered on your position. However, it may not work in small enclosed spaces. Also, if the enemy spots you, you won't be able to use the radar. The enemy will use a jammer to scramble it. Got it. Where can I find Dr. Marv? Well, Dr. Marv has a transmitter implanted in one of his molar teeth. When you get close to him, he'll show up as a red dot on your radar. So, I just have to keep an eye out for the red dot. Snake, use frequency 140.85 for all future communications with me. Good luck. Over and out. The radar screen closes. The player now has control over Snake. In front of Zanzibar building, Snake heads north, soon coming to a hole in the fence. Snake receives another call from Campbell. Use crawling to sneak through gaps in the fence. Over and out. Snake crawls through several holes, making it through the perimeter. He continues on, coming to the entrance to the Zanzibar building. Campbell called Snake again. You can't sneak in through the front door. Use the vents. Over and out. Avoiding the enemy patrols, Snake heads east, where he spots an air vent. He contacts Campbell for more information. You can enter trucks if they're facing north. Over and out. Snake enters the back of the truck, where he obtains the handgun. He leaves the truck and makes his way into the building through the vent. Zanzibar Building 1F. Snake crawls north through the vent. He emerges from the vent onto a walkway. Snake follows it. He is then contacted by Holly.
I'm Holly White. I infiltrated Zanzibar land a month ago, posing as a journalist, so I know pretty much how things work around here. I'll help you any way I can. My frequency is 140.15. Call me later.
Snake calls Holly back to get more information about the Zanzibar building. This is Solid Snake. Come in.
The Zanzibar building has 2 underground floors and 4 above ground floors. The first floor houses the central command, the hangar, and the factory. The second floor is the deck. The third floor is used for R&D, and the fourth floor is living quarters for the soldiers. The armory and powder house are on B1, and there's a drainage ditch on B2. See ya.
Snake then contacts Campbell. If you need to know anything about mercenaries or enemy weapons, ask our mercenary expert, George Kessler. He knows everything. He used to work for us as a military advisor. You can trust him. His frequency is 140.93. We'll pick up the tab for the info. Just don't ask him about Will cuisine. Over and out. Snake continues along the north passageway. He comes to an area with 2 elevators. Snake calls Holly for information on the elevators.
There are 2 elevators in the Zanzibar building. The east elevator stops on floors 1, 2, 3, and 4, while the west elevator stops on floors 2, B1, and B2. The elevators here are different from the ones in outer heaven. They don't come unless you call them. Got all that? See ya.
Snake gets in the east elevator, the one on the right. He presses a button and the elevator heads for the second floor. Zanzibar building, second floor. Snake gets his hands on card 1 in a room on the east side of the floor. He then proceeds north, coming a locked door. Snake uses card 1 to open the door. He picks up the binoculars inside. Snake retraces his steps back to the elevators, this time getting on the west elevator on the left and taking it down to the armory on the first floor basement. Zanzibar building B1 to 3F. In a room to the west, Snake discovers a pair of infrared goggles. He then takes the elevator up to the 3rd floor. Zanzibar building 3F. Snake follows the quarters, detecting an intruder. Infrared sensors activate. Snake dons the infrared goggles he just acquired, advancing past the sensors. He then uses card 1 to open a door where he picks up the gas mask inside. Snake returns to the elevator room, then heads to the south part of the floor. A red dot, presumably from Dr. Marv's transmitter, appears on the radar. Snake heads for the room it is coming from, which is located on the west side of the floor. Upon entering an area with gas, an alarm goes off, and gas appears on the top right of the screen. Snake puts on the gas mask and uses card 1 to open the door in front of him. Inside the room is a man in a lab coat. Boss battle, Black Ninja. When Snake approaches, the man begins to speak. Foolish Foxhound. Dr. Marv isn't here. Figures that Foxhound would use such a cheap transmitter. You guys are really behind the times. The man in the lab coat whips off his disguise. I am Black Ninja, a former member of NASA's Extraterrestrial Environment Special Forces Unit. Now, let's just see how strong the world's most advanced Black Ops unit really is. Show me what you've got, Foxhound. Black Ninja attacks Snake. He calls Kastler to get some intel on him. Black Ninja. Nobody ever heard of him until 2 years ago. His past is a total mystery. Some kind of high-tech ninja from NASA's Extraterrestrial Environment Team. He's quick like a throwing star, specializing in lightning-fast attacks. Keep in mind, he's not a seasoned pro like us. He's one of them right stuff types, an astronaut. But that actually makes him tough to take down. With a pro, you know pretty much what he's gonna do. But with an amateur, who the hell knows? For now, just wait and see what he can do. That's what you're good at. I'm counting on you, cowboy. Over and out. Black Ninja teleports around the room, throwing shuriken after shuriken at Snake. Snake takes out the handgun and uses it to defeat Black Ninja. With his dying breaths, Black Ninja speaks to Snake. Snake, who are you? How do you know my name? It's me, Schneider. Kyle Schneider. Remember me? Schneider, you were in the Resistance at Outer Heaven. But I thought they killed you. You've still got a lot to learn, Snake. I was almost killed, but not by them, by you and your country. What are you saying, Snyder? Snake, after you destroyed Metal Gear, NATO launched a massive bombing campaign against Outer Heaven. All of us resistance fighters and the children of Outer Heaven, they didn't care about any of us. There was no escape from the flames. They died like animals in a cage. I can't believe this. Think about it. The children of Outer Heaven were originally war orphans and refugees from all over the world. They were a liability, and NATO didn't want to deal with them. No, you're no different. They'll forget about you too, but he wasn't like them. Who? He came and saved us from annihilation. He forgave us for what we'd done. He gave us a new land to call home, a new family. He did? You mean? Snake, you'll understand soon. What a wonderful man he is. Snake, I owe you a debt. There's no hate between us. I'll tell you where Dr. Marv is. It's what he would want me to do. Find the man who's guarding the cell where Dr. Marv is being held. Follow that man, and he should lead you straight to the cell. You can tell him by his green beret. He should be on the first floor. Got that? A green beret. Follow the man in the green beret. Having breathed his last, Black Ninja's body explodes. Snake discovers card 2 where Black Ninja fell. He comes back the way he came, heading to the infrared sensor area once more. Careful to avoid the surveillance camera ahead, Snake uses card 2 to enter the door to the east. There, Snake picks up the mine detector. He heads back to the elevator room and takes the east elevator to the second floor. It's at the bar building 2F. Snake uses card 2 to open a room on the west, where he comes across the suppressor. He gets on the west elevator and takes it down to B1F in search of more weapons and equipment. Zanzibar Building B1F. Avoiding the watchful eye of the enemy, Snake picks up plastic explosive and the submachine gun. He takes the elevator up to the first floor. Zanzibar Building 1F. Remember what Snyder, or Black Ninja as he was known here, told them? Alright. Zanzibar Building B1F. Avoiding the watchful eye of the enemy, Snake picks up plastic explosive and the submachine gun. He takes the elevator up to the first floor. Zanzibar Building 1F. Remember what Schneider, or Black Ninja as he was known here, told him? Snake searches for the man in the green beret. He spots him in the northwest area of the floor. Snake starts to follow him, careful not to alert him to his presence. The Lost Woods. The man in the green beret makes his way through the forest, occasionally checking behind him. Snake stays on him. On the other side of the dense wood is a rather rustic-looking building. Snake enters the building. Lost Woods Prison. The building is deserted. Snake picks up on some kind of rhythmical tapping sound. He steps back outside, seeking advice. Snake calls Campbell. It's a tap code. They were used to communicate in North Vietnamese POW camps. Before that, they were used during the Korean War. Instructions on deciphering the code should be written in the software manual. Over and out. Listening carefully to the tapping sounds and using the tap code table in the software manual to translate them, it becomes apparent that the code is saying 14082. Snake re-enters the prison. Using the help he got from Campbell, Snake sets his radio frequency to 140.82 and sees if anyone is out there. Ah, I see you figured out my code. Where's Dr. Marv? It's been a while. A solid Snake? Dr. Drago, Petrovic Madnar, how did you? Marv and I knew each other from the Prague Academy. We didn't speak each other's language, but we were scientific comrades after a fashion. I was captured along with Marv while we were in America. Where is Dr. Marv? He was moved from here to the Tower Building a few days ago. It's a tall building, a few kilometers north of here. Damn it, I'm late again. So, Marv's in the Tower Building. Snake, can you guess why they've left me alive? They must need you for something, and that means... Yes, Metal Gear. Snake, it is here, in Zanzibar land. They've already completed a new Metal Gear. The one you destroyed 3 years ago was only a prototype. The new, improved Metal Gear is many, many times more powerful. They're also working on a light version for mass production. Then it was Metal Gear that attacked the nuke disposal sites. Precisely. Metal Gear is a nuclear-equipped walking tank. Its true power is unleashed only when it is armed with nuclear weapons. Zanzibar land now has the only nukes in the world, and now they have their sights set on Oilex, a miracle energy source. Snake, now that you know all this, perhaps you can guess who is behind it. Big Boss? The very same. With Metal Gear and Oilex, he plots to rule the world. We cannot let the secret of Oilex fall into his hands. Science is not meant to be used only for killing. Marv's will is strong, but his heart is weak. We must hurry. I don't know how long he can withstand their torture. If they use drugs on him, he won't last long. Marv and I were both carrying microtransmitters inside our bodies. They were given to us by a female agent from SDB. You could get in touch with her if you knew her frequency. Madnar, what are you going to do? The wall separating us is made of Jobam armor plate. You can't blast your way through it. Just leave me here and go rescue Marv, Snake. Alright, I'll come back for you later. Snake, My daughter Ellen is a fan of yours. She's not married yet, and I'm afraid I... Oh, and I have a zoologist friend, Johan Jacobson, who lives around here. You can reach him on frequency 140.40. He'll tell you anything you need to know about animals. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get home in time for your daughter's wedding. Thank you, Snake. Section 2. The Woman from the East. Lost Woods Prison, Desert. Snake leaves the prison behind. With the information obtained from Dr. Madner, a map of the area around the Lost Woods now appears on the radar. Snake makes it through the woods and comes to a desert to the north. He then receives a call from an unknown individual. Snake, watch out, you're in a minefield. Who are you? The individual tells Snake he's one of his fans. I'm your #1 fan. Keep up the good work. Snake calls Campbell to get information on the minefield. Use a mine detector in the minefield to display the mines on the radar. You can pick up the mines by crawling over them overnight. Snake equips the mine detector. The mines now appear as white dots on the radar. But when he walks forward on the sand, it makes a noise that is audible to guards. Snake contacts Holly for more information on this area.
That's singing sand, imported all the way from Okinawa, Japan. It squeaks when you walk on it. The sand will give away your position, so be careful. See ya.
Snake crawls along the ground so as not to make any noise, retrieving mines in the process. Crawling does not make any sound. Conversely, sounds from the sand can be used to stop enemies in their tracks and slip past them. Trucks in this area contain a ration B3 unit and ammo. Snake makes it past the minefield and the singing sand and tight enemy surveillance, only to next encounter a Hind D about to take off. Snake gets in touch with Kessler to see what he can tell him about the Hind D. Hind D, just hearing that name makes my knees go all wobbly. Weight capacity 12,000 kilograms. Top speed 250 kph. Top altitude 4,500 meters. It's armed with missiles and a Vulcan cannon and protected by titanium armor. A real beast of a chopper. You don't stand a snowball's chance in hell if it starts strafing you from above. They used to say that if you saw Hind D coming at you, you might as well start saying your prayers, but Stinger missiles even the odds out a little bit. With Stingers, you can knock that buzzard out of the sky overnight. The Hind D slowly lifts off, then rains gunfire at Snake from above. Snake doesn't have a weapon to fight back. He calls Holly again for further information.
I heard they keep Stinger missiles in the armory on the northeast side of the swamp for the Hind D to use. See ya.
Snake disengages and heads for the armory to get his hands on the Stinger missiles. Desert Armory. After making it through the minefield again and heading east, Snake discovers a swamp area as far as the eye can see. He talks to a boy by the edge of the swamp.
They told us this is a bottomless swamp and it's too dangerous to get close, but I saw a big truck driving through here. You believe me, right?
Snake sets foot in the swamp. Trusting the boy's words, Snake carefully advances through the swamp, looking for shallow spots where he won't sink. He manages to make it through, coming to the bank on the east side. Snake speaks to another boy here. Trucks come in and out of here all the time. Oh, wait.
Trucks come in and out of here all the time.
Snake goes back in the swamp, heading north a little until he comes to a building that would appear to be the armory. He uses card 2 to head inside. Boss battle, Running Man. After using card 1 to head further inside. A man wearing a gas mask comes running up to him.
A visitor, what a pleasant surprise, and just in time too. I was about to go for a little run. I am Running Man, the world's fastest mercenary. No man can keep up with me. See for yourself.
Running Man does a lap around the building, showing off his fast legs before returning the Snake.
What do you think? Pretty fast, eh? But I'm just getting warmed up. Hear that sound? That's nerve gas. Defeat me before the gas gets to you and you might survive. The clock is ticking. Let the race begin.
Snake puts on the gas mask to prevent taking damage from the nerve gas. He then calls Castler for intel on Running Man. Running Man. He was a sprinter at the Barcelona Olympics, ran the 100-meter dash in 9.69 seconds. Then he got busted for doping and joined up with a terrorist outfit in Europe. There's no way you're gonna keep up with him. He's like a snake trying to catch a cheetah. You're gonna have to set a trap and catch him. Plant a trap in his path and you might have a chance. Of course, that's if you can do it before the gas gets there. The trick here is to use his speed against him. Over and out. Snake plants mines along Running Man's path. While he tries to run around to escape from Snake, Running Man can't avoid running over mines and taking damage. Eventually, even Running Man runs out of energy and he falls to the ground. He talks to Snake.
You used my speed against me. What's your name?
Snake. Solid Snake.
Snake, the cheetah has lost to a snake. How could this happen?
Guess you weren't fast enough. Having breathed his last, Running Man's body explodes. Snake discovers card 3 where Running Man fell. Snake returns to the armory entrance and uses card 3 to enter the room on the east. He talks to the boy inside.
I know what that is. It's a Stinger missile. They took some to the factory on the west side of the Zanzibar building's first floor the other day. Said they were gonna put them on some tanks.
Snake heads back to the Zanzibar building to get his hands on the Stinger missiles. Zanzibar building, first floor. Retracing the steps through the swamp and the lost woods, Snake makes it back to the Zanzibar building. He calls Holly to get more information on the building's layout.
There's a bathroom on the 4th floor. That's where the soldiers' living quarters are. There's also a sauna, a mess hall, a locker room, and a barracks. See ya.
Snake uses the card 3 he got after his battle with Running Man to enter a previously inaccessible area of the building. He proceeds deeper through it, soon coming to the Stinger missiles. Armed with this powerful weapon, Snake leaves the Zanzibar building behind and heads back to the desert where the Hind D awaits. Boss battle. Hind D. Snake calls Campbell before he engages the Hind. The combat speed of that chopper is roughly 250 kilometers an hour, about half the speed of a propeller aircraft, so you can keep it in your sights for a long time. A helicopter is most vulnerable when it's turning. Get into position and shoot it down before its next attack. Over and out. The Hind D takes off. Snake contacts Campbell again for additional information. Don't worry about that chopper's shadow. Trust the image on your radar. The chopper is directly above you. Over and out. The Hind D lays down intense barrages of sweeping gunfire from the air. Tracking the Hind's movements on his radar, Snake launches Stinger missiles at it. At the end of a battle to the death, the unseen, formidable foe in the sky explodes, fragments of its fuselage falling to the ground. Snake continues north. Tower building entrance. Snake arrives at the tower building. As he looks for a way in past the multiple guards on patrol, Campbell calls him. You're good with a cardboard box, right? Why not try posing as part of the cargo? I'm changing the frequency for our future communications. The new frequency can be found in a photo in the software manual. Over and out. Gamble's new frequency is 140.66. Snake calls Holly to find out more about the tower building.
The Zanzibar building and the tower building use the same source of water. Maybe that means they're connected through the drainage ditch. See ya.
A conveyor belt leading inside begins operation. Snake obtains the cardboard box from the back of a truck. Snake equips the cardboard box, disguising himself as a piece of cargo, and gets on the conveyor belt, which takes him inside the building. Tower building. 1F warehouse. After heading north a little, Snake is contacted by Holly.
Snake, I'm in trouble. They discovered my identity, and now I'm a prisoner. Help me. Just when I finally managed to contact Dr. Marv.
Where are you? Give me your location.
I don't know. I was blindfolded. I think it's somewhere in the tower building. Oh yeah, Snake, I hear noises. Off to the left, I hear an elevator. And to the right, I hear a noise like a pump. There's water flowing in front of and behind me.
Water in front and behind, a pump to the right, and an elevator to the left. I think I've got a pretty good picture now.
Snake, I don't think I know about my radio yet, but come quick. I'll be waiting.
Snake searches the first floor, watchful of enemy soldiers, looking for the place where Holly's behind held. Discovering an elevator, he heads for the first floor basement. Tower building B1F. Snake talks to a boy on a pathway next to a water channel.
Are you friends with the blonde lady, mister?
Snake realizes this woman could be Holly. He continues to search the first floor basement. Snake enters a room in the northwest part of the floor. He hears running water inside. Snake proceeds to talk to a girl in the room.
The one-eyed man told us to tell him if we saw a man wearing green clothes. The blonde lady says he isn't here.
Snake leaves the room with the girl is in and enters a room to the east where he hears more running water and what sounds like elevator machinery. When he knocks on the walls of the east side of the room where the sounds are coming from, he discovers part of the wall sounds different. When he knocks on the wall of the east side of the room, he discovers part of it sounds different. Snake uses a plastic explosive to destroy the wall. He goes through the new hole in the wall into the adjacent room. Holly rescued cutscene. There, inside the room, is Holly. She talks to Snake.
Thanks, Snake. You saved me. What's wrong?
I didn't think you'd be this pretty.
What? You thought I'd be ugly?
I should have met up with you sooner.
Snake, what about Dr. Marv? I'm pretty sure he's okay.
Pretty sure? I thought you said you'd made contact.
Well, I haven't actually met him. He's under armed guard somewhere, but he sent a message by carrier pigeon. It might be some kind of clue.
A pigeon? Where is it now?
I found it, but it flew away. Just as I was about to catch it, I saw it heading up the elevator in the tower building.
Toward the roof?
The bad guys are looking for it too. We have to find it before they do. It's our only clue to Dr. Marv's whereabouts.
A pigeon hunt. What are you gonna do?
I don't want to get in your way. I want to gather a little more info. I'm starting to like this place less and less, and then this happens. If this keeps up, I'm really gonna let him have it.
I see you still got spirit. Just don't do anything crazy.
The enemy might be listening in, so let's change our frequency to 140.76. Okay, Snake? Oh, and I made a copy of my IC card. It's card 4. Here, take it. See you later, Snake. Take care of yourself.
Snake receives card 4. As Holly is about to leave, Snake calls out to her. Holly. She turns around.
What?
That's the kind of thing you would say to your boyfriend when you kiss him goodbye.
Then what, Snake? What should I say?
Stay alive, and we'll meet again sometime.
Deal.
Snake leaves the room, then takes a different elevator to the 30th floor. East elevator, 30F. Snake discovers the entire floor is wired with booby traps. What is this? A booby trap?
That's right. A trap clever enough to catch a fox, or shall I say, a foxhound.
Red Blaster appears, crawling along the ceiling.
I am Red Blaster, and you're not going anywhere. My grenades will see to it that your death is slow and painful.
Red Blaster tosses grenades down at Snake from up high, where Snake's attacks can't reach him. For ideas on how to fight back, Snake calls Castler. Red Blaster, he's an elite assassin who likes to blow things up. He'll set booby traps all around to pin his target down, then use those grenades he always carries to finish the job. Snake, give him a taste of his own medicine. He's bound to be hiding behind a wall or something. But you can flush him out with a grenade of your own. Over and out. Snake then calls Holly for more information.
Grenades? I heard there's more. I heard there's some on the south side of the 10th floor of the tower building. See ya.
Snake disengages and heads to the 10th floor to find some grenades. Tower building 10F. Snake talks to a boy in front of the elevator.
There used to be a veranda south of here, but the passage is buried now.
Snake knocks on the south wall, discovering a part of it that sounds different. He destroys the wall with a plastic explosive, creating a hole in it. Snake proceeds through it, then talks to the boy in the passage.
South of here, I found a bunch of things that look like green pineapples.
Snake knocks on the wall, discovering yet another hidden passage, using a plastic explosive to destroy it and heading further south. He uses card 4 to open the room at the end, where he obtains grenades. Snake retraces his steps back to the 30th floor. Boss battle, Red Blaster. Snake resumes the fight against Red Blaster. Studying Red Blaster's movements, he throws grenades up at him, gradually wearing him down. Snake also charges right through the booby traps, which are more of an annoyance than anything, neutralizing them. At the end of an intense grenade battle, Snake is victorious over Red Blaster. He can now exit through the south door, which he takes to the roof. Tower building, roof. Snake climbs some stairs facing the outside. However, he can't see a door leading to the roof. Snake then gets another call from Holly.
The door to the roof is painted shut to prevent trespassers, but it's jerry-rigged, so you can probably blow it up pretty easily with plastic explosives. See ya.
Snake uses a plastic explosive to destroy the south wall, then steps out onto the roof. Just like Holly said, he sees a pigeon flying around, but he can't catch it. Snake decides to call Jacobson, an animal expert.
That's a wood pigeon, specially trained to act as a carrier pigeon.
Did you know there are over 260 species of pigeon in the world? They're 40 centimeters long and are found from Europe all the way to South Asia. Dr. Marv probably brought that one with him. Pigeons are timid and very sensitive to noise. If you get too close, they'll sense you and fly away. Yet for all that, they're notorious gluttons. They feed mostly on grain. I got an idea. If you have some beans or potatoes, you can use them as bait. I just got a large order of fries myself. All right. Tough to find a burger stand out on the battlefield, eh? Over and out. For further information, Snake contacts Campbell next. If you get into trouble, give MacDonald Miller a call. He used to be our survival master. A good man to know. He's also an idea man. Feel free to ask him anything. He'll help you think of a solution. His frequency is 140.38. Over and out. Snake calls Master to see if he has anything on him that would do the trick. You can find beans, grains, and the like inside rations. Take a look inside your B2 unit. It's got beans and meatballs in tomato sauce, beans and franks in tomato sauce, and beef and potato stew. That ought to be enough to attract a pigeon. Over and out. Taking the advice of both experts into account, Snake equips the Russian B2 unit. He then captures the pigeon after it lands. There's a piece of paper tied to the pigeon's leg. Help. Wiss. Ohio. Keo Marv. Only the H is in lowercase. Some kind of message from Dr. Marv. What could it mean? The pigeon takes off again. Snake raises Campbell once more for additional help. Wiss, Ohio. Maybe Wiss is short for Wisconsin, and Ohio is Ohio. Name of U.S. states, but I thought Dr. Marv had never been to the U.S. McDonald Miller might know something about it. Over and out. Following Campbell's advice, Snake calls Matter again. Wiss, Ohio. Only the H is lowercase. I've got it. It's a digital number. You see what I'm getting at? Don't you, Snake? Over and out. You see what I'm getting at, don't you, Snake? Over and out. He calls Master back. Wiss, Ohio. Try turning it upside down. They're not letters, they're numbers. It's a clue to Dr. Marv's frequency. But look at it. Only the H was in lowercase. It's not a very clever code. Almost as if someone is telling you to read it upside down. 0140.51M. Over and out. Snake sets his radio's frequency to 140.51 and gives it a call. Tariji Marv ko mam dirat checheme genom mir delam puj chevij ukol pevni du fam ji me jacquenite muj pretali Drahi Pratali. So when I used Google Translate at this part, it auto-detected the first two parts as Czech and then the third one as Slovakian. What's he saying? I can't understand a word. Better ask Madnar. Snake contacts him. Marv can only speak Czech and Slovakian. He's also the wary type, and especially so in his current predicament. What about you, Madnar? I can only speak Russian and English. Wait, I've got it. Gustava can speak to him. Gustava? Is that the STB woman who was protecting you? She's able to understand him, and Marv trusts her as well. Is this Gustava still alive? Not to worry. Gustava is no ordinary woman. She is a seasoned professional. When we were captured, she alone managed to steal an enemy uniform and escape. No doubt she's hiding somewhere inside Zanzibar land, waiting for her chance. Does she have a radio? No, it was taken away right after we were captured. The only thing I know is that she's wearing an enemy uniform. There must be some kind of clue I can use. Here's your clue. She's a woman. Don't be fooled by her enemy disguise. There are no women soldiers in this fortress. That's all you need to know. Gustava is a woman. Why not set up an ambush someplace that only a woman would go, like the ladies' restroom? Over and out. Snake remembers what Holly said to him about the ladies' restroom. Snake heads for the Zanzibar building. Zanzibar building B2F, B3F. Snake uses the first floor basement water channel to return to the Zanzibar building. He also uses the card 4 he got in the tower building to pick up invaluable equipment like the remote control missiles and the night vision goggles. Snake moves toward the 4th floor, where the ladies' restroom is located. Zanzibar building 4F. Snake opens the door on the west side of the elevator hall with card 4, then proceeds carefully. He talks to a girl in one of the rooms.
There's only one bathroom here. It's on the southeast side of this floor, but I'm too scared to go there at night.
On his way to the southeast area, Snake walks into a pitch black room with no lights on. Snake equips the night vision goggles he picked up, using them to find his way through the room. He also talks to a girl in the room.
There's a bunch of soldier mannequins. There's a bunch of soldier mannequins in there.
After continuing south, Snake arrives at a room that indeed contains a lot of soldier mannequins lined up. There are real soldiers mixed in among them, but Snake fights them off as he advances. Past the mannequin area, Snake reaches a spacious mess room. He hides under a table as he surveys the area. After a bit of waiting, a guard appears and heads for the restrooms. Snake follows the guard over there. He hides behind some plants in front of the restrooms as he watches the guard. They enter the ladies' restroom. Snake follows the guard in, only to discover a woman wearing not a military uniform, but civilian clothing. Section 3. Locate Dr. Madnar. Meeting Gustava Cussing. Snake talks to the woman. Gustava?
Yes, that's me. I'm Gustava Hefner of the SDB. And you must be Solid Snake. We're after the same thing. Why don't we work together to save Dr. Marv?
Have we met somewhere before?
Typical Western man, always ready with a pickup line.
Now I remember. You're Gustava Hefner, the Ice Princess. You took the gold at the Calgary Olympics.
You must be mistaken.
I don't think so. I know I've...
Enough of this. What about Dr. Marv?
I made contact with him over the radio, but he doesn't speak English.
Then he's safe. Good. I'm glad he had that surgery to implant the microtransmitter. Snake, lend me your radio.
The frequency is 140.51. Gustava contacts Marv, and the radio window appears.
Daddy, Jean Gustava?
Marv.
Pain, Doctor? Jack? Sitait?
Takuji, Shitum, Shi Dobre, Gustava. Vypadate velmi dobre.
Kidji? Jeste? Penny, Doctor?
No severu zakuji rozerdelina żani magi concentrak tam jesem. So so you used Google Translate for that part, and definitely remember that part. So there he was saying, he mentioned concentration camp.
Urkiait vash zakranami
Jism Vedechny Dakuji. The radio window closes.
Snake, Dr. Marv is safe, for now. He says there's a large crevice to the north of the tower building. The prison is on the other side. Dr. Marv also expressed concerns about Dr. Madnar.
Don't worry, Madnar is safe. Right now, we have to get Marv out of there. Got it? So yeah, in the game, they translated it as a detention center. Or prison complex. They didn't, yeah. But you can clearly see there that, you know, it's that's not what it says. But I suppose they changed it to make it to try and make it safer for streaming or something. I don't know. Okay. Gustava moves to the elevator located in the restroom. Oh wait. Right, so the radio window closes.
Snake, Dr. Marv is safe. For now. He says there's a large crevice to the north of the tower building. The prison is on the other side. Dr. Marv also expressed concern about Dr. Madnar.
Don't worry, Madnar is safe. Right now, we have to get Marv out of there. Got it? Gustava moves to the elevator located in the restroom.
I know a shortcut to the crevice. There's an old sewer running under here. We can take that elevator down. Let's go.
Whoa, there's an elevator there? What do you know? Snake rides the elevator with Gustava down to the third floor basement. Zanzibar Building B3F. Snake and Gustava avoid the security robots patrolling the floor as they head for the elevator on the west side and get on it. Dr. Madner rescued cutscene. Snake and Gustava get off the elevator on the first floor where they find Dr. Madner being held. Oh, Gustava, Snake.
Doctor, you're all right.
You've lost some weight, Madner. And you haven't changed a bit, Snake.
Snake, we must hurry. Dr. Marv is waiting.
You mean Marv is still alive? I thought I could escape through this passageway, but the elevator wouldn't open from the inside. Gustava, you and the doctor get behind me. We're moving out. No, wait, Snake. I have something to give you. I swiped it from a card. It's card 5.
Lead the way, Snake. I'll follow you.
They take the elevator back to the third floor basement, then use card 5 to open the door on the north side. Zanzibar Building B3F. As the three of them take a passageway north, Dr. Madner calls out to Snake. Gustava's reflection cutscene. Snake, wait. I can't go on. I must rest a little.
Snake.
All right, we'll take a short break. Please, excuse me. I have some business to take care of. Madnar walks away. Snake and Gustava sit down and start talking.
How odd.
Give the guy a break. He's an old man. He can't hold it like he used to.
No, I mean us. A world-renowned scientist, a former Olympic athlete, and an ex-specialist agent trudging together through a sewer.
Fate can be funny sometimes.
Fate, yes. Perhaps you're right. You know, when I was a little girl, my mother used to tell me stories about Poland during World War II, about the Warsaw Uprising. My mother spent days in the sewers underneath the city fleeing from the Nazis. Her skin and clothes were caked black with mud. You could not even see her face. My mother and I are much alike. We are both haunted by war.
Gustava, why'd you quit skating and join STB? You'd think an Olympic medalist would get the royal treatment, even in the East.
Not exactly. It was something about the ice. It felt cold.
The ice?
Snake, are you married?
No, I don't have a family. You?
I'm all alone, and it's not because I like being single either. Perhaps I simply never had the chance.
What about a boyfriend?
Once, only once, I thought about getting married. It was back when I was still skating. I was deeply, madly in love. It still hurts to think about it. He was a Western man. His name was Frank Hunter. He was handsome, well-mannered, intelligent, but always afraid. I would have thrown it all away for him. My family, skating, everything. I would have followed him anywhere.
You would have defected?
Yes, but it was not to be. The West rejected my bid for asylum at the last minute. Some sort of political reasons. Still don't understand it.
They probably just didn't have room for you. It happens all the time.
Ever since, my family and I have lived that nightmare. We lost our right to compete. We're branded as refuseniks. I had no choice but to go into STB. But I have no regrets. When I was on the ice, I knew only the ice. Now I know so much more. I even killed a man.
What about him? Did you ever?
I never saw him again. Our Berlin Wall was too high for either of us to climb.
Hello again. Sorry to keep you waiting. Dr. Madnar returns. That was some bathroom break.
Let's go, Snake.
Snake and Gustava stand, and the three of them continue north. At the end of the passageway is an elevator, which they take to the surface. Crevice. Snake calls Campbell to get some information on their current whereabouts. Use a mine detector in a minefield to display the mines on the radar. You can pick up the mines by crawling over them, over and out. Snake uses the mine detector to carefully avoid the mines. He, Gustava, and Madar come to a bridge over a deep crevice. Gustava's death. Bridge cutscene. A bridge.
We can only cross it one at a time.
Let me go first. I haven't got long to live anyway. No one will miss me if I fall. It's all right. You can come across. Dr. Madner crosses the bridge first.
Okay, I'll go next. See you on the other side.
Gustava gets halfway across, then turns and looks back.
It's safe, Snake. Hurry and cross over.
Just as Snake is about to set foot on the bridge, however, a missile comes flying out from nowhere and strikes the bridge. Gustava! The blast throws Gustava from the bridge back near Snake. He rushes over to her. Gustava!
Snake. I knew I couldn't do it. Couldn't find my footing off the ice. I was always skating around. I never learned to plant my 2 feet on the ground and walk.
The ice is starting to thaw between the east and west. Gustava, it's time to start planting your feet on the ground. Take control of your life and start living. Gustava, don't give up now.
It's too late for me. I've seen enough people die already to know that I'm beyond saving. Just my luck. Just when I'd met someone wonderful again, I would have liked to see you skate again. Thank you. Take this. It's card 6. And this is my brooch. To use it, you...
How? How do I use it?
I can't. Hold on.
Gustava closes her eyes. Snake obtains card 6.
Frank.
Snake! Dr. Madner yells from the other side of what remains of the bridge. Snake! Enemy soldiers appear behind Madner and take him away. As they leave, Metal Gear D appears. Metal Gear. Snake, it's me, Grey Fox. Grey Fox. This bridge is closed. I'm taking Madnar with me. Tell you what, Snake, for old time's sake, I'll do you a favor and let you live. If you get your sorry carcass out of here. You hear me? Go home. Now. Think it over, Snake. Ha 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 ha. Fox leaves in the Metal Gear. Snake runs up to the bridge and shouts across to the other side. Fox, you won't get rid of me that easily. Just as Snake starts to come back the way he came, he gets a call from Holly.
Snake, you remember the veranda in the tower building they use for parachute jump training? If you have a hang glider, you can jump from there straight over the crevice. There should be a hang glider on the east side of the first floor of the Zanzibar building. I saw it once at Thanksgiving. See ya.
Snake heads back to the tower building. He uses card 6 to get inside. Tower building 1F to be 1F. Snake uses the central elevator to descend to the first floor basement, taking the water channel back to the Zanzibar building. Zanzibar building B2F to 4F. Entering the building from the second floor basement, Snake goes around the different floors using cards 5 and 6 to pick up useful gear, including the oxygen tank and the mouse. He talks to a girl in the room on the 4th floor.
Wanna know a secret? You know Gustava's brooch? It changes shape when you put it in the sauna or the freezer.
Snake heads for the freezer to change the shape of Gustava's brooch. He enters it. He takes out the brooch and waits. Before long, the brooch has turned into what looks like a key. Snake leaves the freezer. Snake takes the elevator back to the first floor, then uses card 6 to open the double doors. He picks up the hang glider in the room at the end, then returns to the second floor basement and uses the water channel to return to the tower building. Tower building B1F to 19F. Snake contacts Holly again to hear more about the tower building.
The tower building is 600 meters tall. You can go to the basement floor, floors 1, 10, 20, and 30, and the roof. There's a north-facing veranda on the 20th floor. See ya.
Snake calls Holly back to get even more information.
There are 3 elevators in the tower building. The north elevator stops at floors 1 and 10. The central elevator stops at floors B1, 1, and 20. The south elevator stops at floors 1 and 30. See ya.
Snake gets on the central elevator, headed for the 20th floor parachute drop training veranda, but the elevator comes to a sudden stop at the 19th floor, and Snake is contacted by Fox. Boss battle, the 4 horsemen. Snake, it's me, Grey Fox. Fox, you should have listened to my warning, Snake. Now I'm afraid our friendship is at an end. That elevator is going to be your tomb. What? Do you hear that sound? That's an assassination team. They specialize in confined spaces. I'm sure you'll put up a good fight. The ceiling. It was nice talking to you one last time, Snake. Over and out. Enemies appear from all sides of the elevator ceiling and attack. We are the 4 horsemen, a top-secret assassination squad. We get our orders directly from the president. Consider this an honor. We only fry the big fish. Snake calls Caster for intel on the 4 horsemen. The 4 horsemen, an assassination squad assembled from former SAS, GSG-9, and UDT, specializing in enclosed spaces. They're all seasoned veterans who'll kill a man without blinking an eye. You'd be crazy to try and take them all on at once. Best to pick them off one by one instead. Over and out. The 4 horsemen jump down from the elevator ceiling and attack. Jump back up, then repeat this. As he withstands the foursome's fierce assault, Snake places mines at their landing points, taking them out one by one. After defeating all members of the 4 horsemen, except I never used mines, I just used the machine gun. After defeating all members of the 4 horsemen, Snake obtains card 7. The elevator begins a sudden descent and stops at the first floor. Tower building 1F to 20F. Snake contacts Holly for more information on the tower building.
I'm pretty sure there's a spiraled staircase between floors 10 and 20. It's kind of a steep climb, but hey, you need the exercise. See ya.
Snake gets on the north elevator and takes it to the 10th floor. After getting off the elevator and knocking on the west wall, he discovers it sounds different from the others. Snake blows it open with a plastic explosive, then heads through the hole. On the other side of the door, at the end of the passage, is a spiraled staircase, but multiple guards appear. Snake avoids all the enemies and traps, Snake avoids all the enemies and traps that have been set as he makes his way up to the 20th floor. He uses card 7 on the door at the end and heads back inside. Snake talks to a boy in a room on the 20th floor.
That veranda was made for parachute jumps, but if you had a hang glider, I bet you could jump even farther.
After reaching the veranda past the north passageway, Snake is once again contacted by the man calling himself his number. Snake is yeah, hold on, I need a drink. This is a lot to read here. After reaching the veranda past the north passageway, Snake is once again contacted by the man calling himself his number one fan. It's me, your number one fan. You can only jump from there when the wind's blowing north. It usually blows south, but sometimes it changes just for an instant. That's your chance. Don't miss it. Keep up the good work. Snake moves toward the drop point to the north. He lights a cigarette in order to check wind direction. The instant a northerly wind begins to blow, he leaps from the veranda in the hang glider. Yeah, so at that point, the fella says to use gas grenades to know which way the wind is blowing. But but every time I'd use them, it just shows that the wind is pointing south, which was weird. But yeah, you don't actually need the gas grenades at all. Instead, you just have to use. So you just equip the cigarettes, and then so you stand at the what do you call it, the balcony of the veranda, and then you equip the cigarettes, and then after like a couple of seconds the smoke starts coming up, and that shows you that the wind is blowing north. So at that stage you equip the hang glider, and then that's when Snake can automatically leaps from that location. Okay, Highland. Snake flies over the ruins of the bridge destroyed in the missile strike, landing on the north side of the crevice. He calls Campbell for the latest. I'm changing my frequency. I'm setting the new frequency by top code. You'll have to decipher it overnight. Campbell's new frequency is 140.24. Heading west, Snake uses card 7 to open a door near 2 trucks and heads inside. Boss battle, jungle evil. Snake finds himself in a bizarre area, one covered with tall grass. From out of the grass appears a man with a weapon at the ready. I've been waiting for you, Snake. I am Jungle Evil, the undisputed master of the jungle ambush. Let's see whether you're a real Snake or not. Snake gives Caster a call for some intel on Jungle Evil.
Jungle Evil, a former hunter from Rex Command. He's an expert in jungle guerrilla combat. In the jungle, he's more beast than man. They say he wiped out 2 entire companies on his own in Vietnam and Yemen overnight.
Jungle Evil moves around, hidden in the grass, laying down a barge of fire the moment he appears. Snake himself crawls through the grass, retaliating by throwing grenades over cover. After some fierce fighting, Snake triumphs over Jungle Evil and gets card 8. He uses it to open a door in the northwest part of the area and presses on. Biological Research Lab. Biolab. Here, Snake finds a building that has the appearance of a lab. Snake searches the unmanned building, avoiding surveillance cameras and various sensors. He acquires 2 eggs. He heads back out, calls Jacobson for information on the eggs. From what you're telling me, I can tell it's some kind of egg, either a reptile egg or a bird egg. Which reminds me, when you're boiling an egg, you've got to time it just right so that it doesn't burst on you. Over and out. After a period of time, an owl hatches from the egg Snake got from the west side west side room of the biolab. Meanwhile, a snake hatches from the egg Snake got from the east side of the lab. Snake contacts Jacobson for information on the owl. That's a Zanzibar wood owl. As I'm sure you know, owls are nocturnal hunters. There are about 120 species found throughout the world. The Zanzibar wood owl is about 20 centimeters long and is found primarily in Central Asia. It lays white eggs every 2 to 7 days. Incubation is carried out exclusively by the female. With genetic modifications, the eggs can hatch in a few days. Because that owl is nocturnal, and because it always hoots right after sunset, people in Zanzibar land use it to tell the time. In fact, they rely on the owl so much that if one of them hoots during the day, people will think it's nighttime, over not. If calling Jacobson after the snake is hatched, that's probably a type of boa. It's nocturnal and has a gentile disposition, but it's a snake, and snakes love to eat. It'll eat just about anything. I bet it'd love to eat your rations. Better get rid of it quick. Use the punch button to let it go. When the snake reaches the egg shell, let it go, over and out. If calling master after the snake is hatched, you probably already know this, but snakes are a very good source of food. To eat a poisonous snake, cut off the head, take out the internal organs, peel off the skin, and grill the meat. Snakes are full of parasites, so you should cook them thoroughly before eating, over and out. The hatched snake can be disposed of by pressing the punch button when it moves over the eggshell. The snake heads back through the area where he fought jungle evil, then heads east along the crevice. Detention camp entrance. Snake reaches the detention camp, but a laser fence prevents him from entering it. He speaks to a boy in a building to the west, hoping to find out how to get inside.
Know what? At night, they turn off the power, so all the laser fences get turned off too. Then we get to play inside, as long as the grown-ups don't catch us.
Snake then speaks to a girl in the same building.
I hear owls at night. It's so scary. I can't sleep.
Snake equips the egg for a bit in order to hatch it. Once the egg hatches and becomes an owl, Snake waits near the detention camp entrance until the owl hoots. Snake waits near the detention camp entrance until the owl hoots. What? Did they put that in twice? This process requires the player to equip the egg after the owl hatches from it and then wait. A guard, hearing the hoots, thinks it's nighttime. Damn, I'm going to be late. He turns off the laser fence. Snake sets foot in the detention camp. Boss battle, night fight. Snake heads for the detention facility on the north side of the camp, careful to avoid watchful eyes. Once inside, he takes the elevator down to the third floor basement. After it steps out of the elevator, he gets another call from the man calling himself Snake's fan. It's me, your number one fan. Snake, watch yourself. You've got company. Night Fright, the last surviving member of the Whispers. You know, the legendary guerrilla unit? Night Fright. He's wearing a state-of-the-art camouflage suit that makes him practically invisible. Not only that, he'll attack you with a gun that's completely silent. No one has ever seen his face. You know what you have to do, right? Lucky me, I've got a fan club. Use your ears, Snake. Over and out. The moment the call ends, Snake is attacked by an invisible enemy. He calls Campbell for ideas. Listen to his footsteps. Use them to figure out where he is. There are 4 types of floors in there, and 4 kinds of footstep sounds. When the enemy shoots at you, aim for the muzzle flash. He's bound to be there. Over and out. Snake contacts Costler next for additional information. Night Fright. Snake, did you just say Night Fright? You have no idea just how much trouble you're in. He's the last surviving member of the Whispers, a legendary guerrilla unit. In a jungle fight, he even puts the Green Berets to shame. He's got the latest in camo technology. In fact, nobody's ever seen him. And that includes me. That's why they call him the Phantom Assassin. Snake, I think your luck has just run out. Over and out. Snake swears off against Night Fright, using the sounds of his footsteps and the muzzle flash of his weapon to guess his position, taking advantage of all the cover in the room. Snake fires RC missiles at the positions he expects Night Fright to be at. After a grueling fight, Night Fright falls unseen in death as he was in life. Snake continues on through the door to the north that opened automatically. Detention Camp B3F. However, these are puddles of sulfuric acid in the passageway. What? Did I skip on? Okay, whatever. However, there are puddles of sulfuric acid in the passageway, preventing Snake from advancing. He calls Master for advice. How to deal with sulfuric acid? Let's see. You could neutralize it if you had something with caustic soda in it. I got it. You got any chocolate on you? That ought to do the trick. Sulfuric acid reacts with the sugar and chocolate to produce carbon and a rubbery substance, C12H220011, table sugar. See if you can find some chocolate. Over and out. Snake calls Master back for further advice. You know, I'll bet you could find some chocolate in a ration. Take a look inside your B1 unit. It's got chocolate in it. Use it to react with the sulfuric acid. Over and out. Heeding Master's words, Snake uses his supply of ration B1 unit to neutralize the acid as he makes his way forward. He reaches the door at the end, only to find none of his cards will open it. With no other choice, Snake heads back to the area he was just in. Before he can make it there, however, he gets yet another call from the man calling himself one of Snake's fans. You should be able to get card 9 from Jungle Evil. Don't you mean card 8? He only had card 8. No, he was in charge of cards 8 and 9. He must have dropped it somewhere. Check the area he was in. The card should be there. Keep up the good work. Snake heads back to where he fought Jungle Evil. Highland, Detention Camp B3F. Snake searches every corner of the area where he fought Jungle Evil, eventually discovering card 9. He returns to the third floor basement of the detention camp, where he uses the new card to open the door from before, then heads inside. Section 4. A rematch with an old face. Boss battle, Dr. Madnar. That was a boss fight? The room is empty, save for a man in a lab coat lying on a bed, and Dr. Madnar is standing next to him. Ah, Snake, you're too late. He's already passed. His heart couldn't take it anymore. Snake rushes over. Wait, what's that bruise on his neck? Not to worry, Snake. Mav may be dead, but the plans for Oilix are safe. Mav was a very careful man. He left behind a copy of the plans in case of emergency. He had a reputation as a video game enthusiast. He even used to have them shipped to him from the West every month. A few days ago, he hid some microfilm in the circuit board of one of his game cartridges. It was an MSX cartridge made by a Japanese company called Konami. MSX was the world's best-selling brand of computer, isn't it? Then he hid the cartridge inside that locker. Where's the key? I don't know. I couldn't get it out of him. I mean, he never told me. Snake gets a call from Holly.
Snake, you're in danger.
Holly, what's wrong?
Snake, it's Madnar. I thought there was something strange about him, so I had the agency check him out. After he was rescued from How to Heaven, apparently things didn't go well for him. His radical theories were rejected in the West. He was dismissed as a madman and shut out from the scientific community, and as time went on, he was forgotten. Madnar wasn't exactly happy with the scientific community either. He must have been searching for some way to get back at them. That's when Zanzibar Land talked him into becoming a double agent. He'd use his status as a scientist to feed technological secrets from East and West to Zanzibar Land. And Dr. Marv's disappearance? Right. The timing is too perfect. Madnar must have given them every detail of Marv's itinerary in the US.
Madnar was after Olex all along. That's why he wanted to go to America with Marv. Hearing Snake's conversation with Holly, Dr. Madnar begins to speak. I'm afraid you've got me, Snake. I gave up everything to be a part of your world, even the country I was born and raised in. But your world had nothing but contempt and abuse for me. I just wanted to finish Metal Gear. It is the culmination of all my life's work in robotology. But your politicians were only interested in nonsense like SDI, NEDW, and brain bombs. I passed on the scientific secrets of the East and the West to Zanzibar Land, and in return, they aided me with my efforts to improve Metal Gear. Madnar, did you kill Dr. Marv? Yes, he would not share the secret of Olex with me. And it was I who caused Gustava's death on the bridge by contacting Fox from the sewer. The bathroom break. Snake, I know, Marv. No, Gustava gave you the key to the locker. Give it to me. Madnar quickly slips behind Snake and starts to strangle him. The doctor has Snake pinned, preventing him from getting away. I can't breathe. Snake tries whatever he can think of as he fights back, like setting plastic explosives, turning around and detonating them so Dr. Madnar takes the damage. Madnar is tenacious, but Snake's efforts finally get the better of him and he collapses to the ground. Snake uses the brooch, the shape of which he changed earlier, to open the locker in the room. He goes inside, then crawls through a hole in the back wall. In there, Snake finds a swarm of rodents crawling all over the floor. He calls Jacobson to get information on them. Well, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. There are 1,183 different species of mice in the world. Hamsters are rodents belonging to the mouse family. They grow to be about 25 to 28 centimeters long and are found across northern Eurasia and in Iraq. That variety was probably bred to be a house pet. House mice are very cautious creatures. They won't come out of their nests with humans around. Their favorite food is cheese. That's it, cheese. You can use cheese as bait. Do you have any on you?
Too bad you're not here. I just ordered a pizza myself. Over and out.
Snake reaches out to Master for additional info. Cheese, huh? You probably already know this, but the B3 ration has cheese in it. Just the thing to attract rats, don't you think? By the way, I know a restaurant that serves a killer cheese fondue. I'll have to take you there sometime. Over and out. Snake leaves the space behind the locker and equips the ration B3 unit to lure the hamsters to him. He waits on the other side of the hole and shoots the hamsters one by one with his handgun as they emerge. Snake then crawls back through the hole and picks up the cartridge. He returns to the room Dr. Madner was in, only for him to speak to Snake, still lying on the ground. Snake, he'll never let you get away. He'll use it. He'll use Metal Gear. I have one last gift for my daughter Ellen. I'll tell you how to destroy it. How to destroy the new Metal Gear? Try as I might, I could not reconcile East and West in my heart of hearts. But Ellen is different. Snake, you must do this for Ellen, the daughter I left behind. How do I destroy Metal Gear? The armor is thinnest on the legs. Use grenades on the legs. It is the only way. Suddenly a trapdoor opens beneath Snake and he starts to fall. The room he finds himself in has a door on all four sides. The final delusion of a senile old man. There's no way to destroy this Metal Gear, Snake. Fox, where are you? Come and find out, Snake. Go through the front door. Underground base. Snake picks up grenades and other gear in the rooms to the east and south, then proceeds through the large double doors to the north. Boss battle. Metal Gear D. Metal Gear D slowly reveals itself as the footsteps thunder towards Snake. Snake, I'm not the same as I used to be, and neither is Metal Gear. I'll show you what fear really is. Prepare to taste defeat. Metal Gear D comes at Snake with blistering attacks, led by its homing missiles. He dodges these while fighting back by tossing grenades at the machine's legs. At the end of a breathtaking back and forth battle, Snake emerges triumphant. A massive explosion ensues, and the remnants of Metal Gear D are thrown in all directions. In the process, however, Snake's clothing catches on fire. The cartridge is mine, Snake. Burn in hell. Fox goes running off. Snake then gets a call from Campbell. Snake, your items are on fire. Throw away all your weapons and equipment. Quickly, use the punch button. Snake sheds all his weapons and items, and the flames go out. He goes back to the room he was in before, then heads through the west door, which is now open. Boss battle, Grey Fox. Fox stands alone in the dimly lit room. Where am I? The perfect ring for a final match, for a final battle. The lights come on. It's been a while, Snake. Here we are, back in the minefield. What say we go at it hand to hand? A chicken fight? The two greatest rivals in Foxhound. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Fox, I'll beat some sense back into you. Snake, it's time for you to learn why they call me Fox. Right as Fox comes charging at Snake, he gets a call from Grassler. Grey Fox, real name Frank Yeager, former member of Foxhound. He was the last man to hold the title of Fox in the Big Boss era, decorated 5 times. Yeah, I know all about how good he is, better than anyone else. I fought with him. He's a cold-blooded hunter. He never lets his prey escape. Everybody in the unit respected him, looked up to him. That may be, Snake, but do you know about his past? It might help you out. 10 years ago, in the mercenary trade, knew him as Hunter. That's what Jaeger means in German. Back then, he was involved in some woman from the Eastern Bloc. He tried to get her to come over the fence, but it all fell through. Apparently, the West wasn't interested in taking her. That's when Frank started to hate the politicos. What was the woman's name? She was an Olympic skater. Name was Gustava Hefner. Real fine woman, movie star type. Gustava Hefner? Snake, if you manage to beat Fox, I'll tell everyone that Solid Snake is the greatest mercenary in the world. Over and out. So Grey Fox killed the only woman he was involved with then on the bridge there and didn't realize it. He didn't realize it was her. Snake remains as still as possible to avoid the mines, studying Fox's movements and throwing every punch he can. Fox is quick, but Snake has perseverance as he continues to attack Fox as he hunts for victory. But at the end of a long battle, where a fist is the only weapon, it is Snake who's the winner. Fox collapses and the room becomes dark. With his last ounce of strength, Fox opens up to Snake. Snake, looks like it's finally time for me to give up the title of Fox. Fox, why? I'm not like you, Snake. My situation is more complicated. Big Boss might have been just another CEO to you, but he saved my life twice. This was way before I joined the unit. The first time I was a half-breed living in Vietnam. It was after the war, and half-whites were being sent into forced labor camps. He saved me from that living hell, just like he saved all the children here. The second time was in Mozambique. I was being tortured as a Renamo soldier, and he saved me again. They cut off my ears and my nose. And this is your idea of paying him back? No, you've got it wrong. I hate war, just like all the kids here, but I need it. War is all we know. We can't make it in the normal world. We need the battlefield to survive. Big Boss gives us a place to fight. Conflict is in our blood. We can't deny it. I was born on the battlefield, and I'll die on the battlefield. All I can do is fight. Snake, all I can do is fight. Making people happy, making a woman happy, is something I could never do. You mean? I guess I was always fated to die in action. Rest easy, Fox. I swear I won't turn out like you. Won't turn out like me. I'll have to remember that. Fight hard, Snake. Don't let your fans down. My fans? It was you, wasn't it? You were the voice on the radio. Call it payback for being so selfish. See you on the other side, Snake. You won't be alone, Frank. Gustava is waiting for you. Gustava. Thank you, Snake. Having breathed his last, Grey Fox's body explodes. Snake discovers the cartridge where Fox fell. When he picks it up, he hears a voice call out to him. Over here, Snake. Snake heads in the direction of the voice. Over here, Snake. Boss battle, Big Boss. Waiting for Snake is a man he thought he had killed. Big Boss. Stunned, Snake opens his mouth. Big Boss, you're alive. Snake, welcome. Snake, welcome to Zanzibar land. I knew you'd come back to me. I came to get rid of the nightmares I've been having for the past 3 years. The nightmares? They never go away, Snake. Once you've been on the battlefield, tasted the exhilaration, the tension, it all becomes part of you. Once you've awakened the warrior within, it never sleeps again. You crave ever bigger tensions, ever bigger thrills. As a mercenary, I think you would have realized that by now. You care nothing for power or money or even sex. The only thing that satisfies your cravings is war. All I've done is give you a place for it. I've given you a reason to live. I never would have made you for such a hypocrite, Big Boss. You saw those children, didn't you? Every one is a victim of a war somewhere of the world, and they'll make fine soldiers in the next war. Start a war, fan its flames, create victims, then save them, train them, and feed them back onto the battlefield. It's a perfectly logical system. In this world of ours, conflict never ends, and neither does our purpose, our raison d'etre. So, there's plenty of job opportunities. Is that what you're trying to say? On the battlefield, you and I are valuable commodities, but back home, we're nothing but dead weight. If we're lucky, we might get the attention of some two-bit journalist from a cheap tabloid. You and I are doomed to remain here until we die like dogs on the battlefield. I've only got one fight left, to free myself from your grip, to rid myself of these nightmares. Big Boss, I will defeat you. It doesn't matter who wins here. Our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield, and the winner will remain. And the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. It doesn't have to be that way. I'm not like you. I love life. Well, very well, Snake. I'll release you from your suffering. As your former commander, I'll do you one last favor and put you out of your misery. I don't need any more favors from you. Really? And just how do you expect to beat me in your condition with no weapon? Never give up. Fight until the end. Always believe you will succeed, even when the odds are against you. Those are your words. Even I make mistakes from time to time. Snake, this will be our final battle. Let's end this once and for all. Big Boss comes at Snake. He calls Campbell. Snake, Big Boss is no longer your CO. He's just another madman. Got that? Put aside your personal feelings. Stay focused. You can't afford to lose this battle. There's nothing more we can do for you. The whole world is counting on you, Snake. Good luck. Over and out. Snake then calls Master for more information. Snake, that guy's a monster. You can't beat him with just your fists. Use your head. Isn't there something you can use as a weapon? Snake searches all the rooms in the area for anything he can use as a weapon, all the while dodging Big Boss's attacks. Snake picks up the lighter and the spray. He contacts Master again. If you have a lighter and a spray can, you can make a pretty good flamethrower. Snake equips the lighter and the spray, creating an improvised flamethrower. Now finally armed with a weapon, Snake calls Castor before the final showdown. Big Boss, there's not a mercenary in the world who hasn't heard of him. He's like a god, a living legend. I already know all that. I need new information. Okay, but this is only a rumor, understand? 3 years ago, when Outer Heaven fell, Big Boss was seriously wounded. He almost died. He lost both hands, both feet, his right eye, and his right ear, but somehow he survived. Then an Eastern Bloc despot took an interest in him. Probably couldn't resist getting his hands on a soldier of Big Boss's caliber. They decided to use Big Boss as a guinea pig in Madnar's Snatcher project. I don't know the details, but apparently it involved turning him into a cyborg. Now he's half man and half machine. Hard to believe, I know. But if it's true, Snake, you're way out of your league. None of your techniques is going to so much as put a scratch on him. Snake, give it up. There's no way you can win this time. Over and out. Big Boss rushes at Snake, firing round after round. Snake keeps a distance to avoid a head-on confrontation, instead firing his flamethrower from behind cover. Despite an overwhelming tactical advantage in favor of the opposition, in the end, Snake takes Big Boss down. His entire body engulfed in flames, Big Boss writhes on the ground as he yells out at Snake with his last bit of strength. Snake, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Snake, Big Boss's body explodes, leaving not a trace of him behind. Snake heads through the door to the north that opens. Reunion with Holly cutscene. But suddenly, an enemy soldier appears behind Snake. Freeze.
It's okay. It's me, Snake.
Snake was stopped by Holly, who is disguised as the enemy. She takes off her disguise and talks to Snake. Holly?
Did I scare you?
Whew, that was a close one. So, what's going on? What are you doing here?
You said it yourself. Stay alive, and we'll meet again sometime.
So I did.
That uniform was too tight in the chest. I feel much better now. Here, I stole this gun from the enemy. You can have it.
Yeah, I can see how it'd be hard for a woman to use. Thanks.
So, it's all over now, right, Snake?
No, I still have one more job to do.
You can't be serious.
I'm dead serious, Holly.
Snake, no, you can't.
You want me to call you a cab?
Oh my god, that wasn't funny, Snake.
The radio screen appears. This is Snake. Come in, Charlie. This is Charlie. Go ahead, Snake. I've got the cartridge. I'm ready to return to base. Making my way to the rendezvous point now. Roger that. I'll meet you there. Any passengers? Just one. Blonde with a cute face. Sounds like a dream. Over and out. Done with the call, Snake talks to Holly. Holly, we've got to run as fast as we can to the rendezvous point. Think you can keep up?
Is that a proposition, Snake?
I'll take that as a yes. Snake acquires a handgun. Snake leads Holly to the rendezvous point. Enemies lie in wait to ambush the pair, but Snake uses the gun he got from Holly to take them out as they hurry on. They take the elevator at the end of the passageway to the surface. The path through the forest takes them to a clearing. Pilot radio call cutscene. The radio screen appears and Snake contacts the pilot. What the hell is taking you so long? We're going to be here till Christmas. This is Charlie. I'm 10 kilometers from the rendezvous point. Hold tight a little bit longer. Over and out. Hurry. One after the other, the enemy soldiers that have followed Snake and Holly attack. With nowhere to hide, all Snake can do is return fire with the handgun. Handgun out of ammo cutscene. Once a certain amount of time has elapsed, the handgun has run out of ammunition. Damn it, I'm out of ammo.
Snake.
Snake and Holly are surrounded by 3 enemies who have their weapons pointed at them. A moment later, machine gun fire from the air mows them down. Helicopter rotors come into earshot.
It's a chopper. We're saved.
The radio screen pops up and Snake calls out to the pilot. Charlie, you're late. Sorry, man, I didn't want to disturb you two lovebirds. The radio screen closes. Think we'll be home in time for Christmas?
We'll be home in time for dinner, Snake.
Let's go then. I'm looking forward to Christmas dinner. I'm sick of these rations. The screen slowly fades out. That's the ending I got, I guess. Ending cutscenes 1 and 2. Alright, so maybe it's all in one. Right, so ending cutscenes 1 and 2. The helicopter takes off, Snake and Holly aboard. It flies toward a setting sun, getting smaller and smaller before disappearing entirely. Roll staff credits. Ending cutscene 3. The following message windows appear against the black background. Good work, Snake. Have you thought about coming back to the unit? The nightmares have stopped. I'm a free man now. I see. That's too bad. By the way, about that cartridge, is it really the one Dr. Marv hid his plans in?
Why don't we open it and find out?
No need for that. The cartridge I brought back is Dr. Marv's, no question about it. Just put it in the MSX. Alright, here goes. The MSX beat up screen appears.
Huh? Nothing's happening.
What on earth? Of course, Snake was right. There's no doubt about it. This is Dr. Marv's cartridge.
What are you talking about? I don't see anything.
Here, look closer. Dr. Marv left his signature on it. Right here, it says Keo Marv. The VRAM01K on the boot up screen can also be read as Keo Marv upside down.
I see it now. It's written backwards.
This is going to do the world a lot of good. Dr. Marv's last performance.
He really loved games, didn't he? From the bottom of his heart.
Dr. Marv was entangled in a pointless political game, and it cost him his life.
But the game he left behind will save us all, right, Snake? Snake, where'd he go? Colonel, Snake's gone.
Snake? Where's he off to now?
Snake, he promised to take me out to dinner. How low can you get?
Ending cutscene 4. Cast appears against a black background, then fades out. Characters' names and portraits are shown, much like a cast introduction in a film. Transceiver Conversations. Campbell, Infiltration Mission Principles. Basic mission actions. Fight when you have to fight. Kill when you have to kill. Those are the rules on the battlefield in a shooting game. Over and out. Your mission is to avoid contact with the enemy, not to eliminate them. Forget everything you've ever seen in action movies. Over and out. Put yourself in the enemy's shoes. Imagine you're the enemy commander or the game designer in charge of guarding that area. You might see possibilities you couldn't see before. Over and out. Remember that you won't always be able to procure supplies and plan accordingly. Over and out. Actions in specific circumstances. If a truck is parked nearby, remember you can crawl under trucks and other objects and hide under them. Over and out. If player makes a noise, there are two ways for the enemy to find you. One is by sight, the other is by sound. Sound travels about 340 meters per second at room temperature. If the wind is right, it can travel enormous distances. The key to operate silently: if you make a noise, get ready for a fight immediately. Over and out. If player makes a noise, watch out for floors that make noise when you walk. Not even those noise-absorbing boots you're wearing can eliminate footstep noise completely. Crawl to move across those types of floors. Over and out. Player makes noise. To make your footsteps quieter, plant your heel first and slowly lower your foot toward the joint of your big toe. That ought to get rid of footstep noise, or maybe not. Over and out. If the area is dark. In the dark area, your sense of sight is useless. Practice using your other senses to detect the enemy's presence. Over and out. Look for the light switch, and it's got to be around there somewhere. Over and out. If radar cannot be used. Something is creating a jamming signal. Your radar won't work. Over and out. If Madar has been defeated, but Gustavus brooch hasn't yet been turned into the key and used to open the locker. Gustavus brooch seems to be made out of a memory alloy. Try changing the temperature of the room of the brooch. Over and out. Holly. Information on Zanzibar land. The children.
There are lots of children living in Zanzibar land. They're war orphans from all over the world. They're just innocent kids, so they won't hurt you. See ya. Zanzibar land is full of children, right? That means there must be lots of small places for them to crawl in and hide. See ya.
Doors and IC cards.
All the doors here are controlled by computer. They each need a specific IC card to open. See ya.
The underground passageway.
It's not in the blueprints, but the kids here say the Zanzibar building and the tower building are connected underground. See ya.
Can't talk.
This isn't a good time to talk. Call me later, okay?
The Zanzibar building. Within the Zanzibar building.
The dust chutes on each floor lead to the trash compactor on floor B2. You can use them as an escape route, but watch out for that trash compactor. See ya. There's a map in the command room that shows the layout of the entire compound. You should check it out. See ya.
The tower building. When in the tower building.
The tower building is a military base. It was built so that you can see all of the Zanzibar land from the top. See ya.
The Lost Woods.
You can't use your campus in the Lost Woods. See ya.
The detention camp.
Not even I can tell you anything about the prison. Sorry. See ya.
The location of the mine detector. If the player doesn't have the mine detector and is in an area with mines.
There's a mine detector on the 3rd floor of the Zanzibar building. See ya.
Master. Survival principles. Inner strength and resolve.
It's not fear itself that makes the difference between a hero and a coward. It's whether you've got the mental fortitude to overcome the fear and get the job done overnight. Adversity only makes the human will stronger overnight. Whatever happens, don't give up. Do whatever it takes to survive overnight. Your ability to survive depends on the limits of your mental strength. In the end, it all comes down to your will to live overnight. Loneliness is something that seeps into the cracks in your heart. Boredom is what causes those cracks to appear overnight. When making decisions on the battlefield, there's no single right answer. Just trust your own judgment overnight. You should wait 30 minutes after eating before playing games. The blood flow shifts to your stomach, and your brain doesn't function as quickly. That's when your attention level is at its lowest. You should wait 30 minutes after eating before you start playing overnight. When faced with a difficult task, you just tell yourself, I can do it, and do it. Imagine how happy you'll be when you succeed. Don't picture the game over screen, even if you make a mistake. Keep your spirits high, and use the power of positive thinking overnight. The more you sweat, the less you'll bleed. The more tears you shed, the fewer game overs you'll get overnight. Survival techniques when in the desert. When replenishing your fluids, you shouldn't drink any more than 100 cc's at a time. When it absorbs fluids, your body burns an amount of energy equal to the temperature difference between your body and the fluid. That's because it has to raise the fluid's temperature to match your body temperature. It also makes your blood thinner, slowing your brain functions. So don't drink too much soda while you're playing overnight. You can drink your own saliva, but never spit it out. The enemy can tell how tired you are by looking at saliva on the ground or in plants. They can even estimate how long you were there. So don't spit in public. It's a dangerous habit overnight. When the snake has hatched from the egg. You probably already know this, but snakes are a very good source of food. To eat a poisonous snake, cut off the head, take out the internal organs, peel off the skin, and grill the meat. Snakes are full of parasites, so you should cook them thoroughly before eating overnight. If snake has caught a cold. To cure a sneeze, drink a full glass of water. And in 7 sips. What? To cure sneeze, drink a full glass of water in 7 sips, and then hold your breath for 4 seconds. Try it. It really works. There you go. So if you find yourself sneezing, drink a full glass of water. So fill a glass of water, but then try and drink it in 7 goes. Then after you drink the
full glass of water. Hold your breath for 4 seconds. If it doesn't work, take some medicine overnight. If an infrared sensor is nearby, cigarette smoke allows you to see infrared beams overnight. Castler, information on bosses, night fright. Night fright. Snake, did you just say night fright? You have no idea how much trouble you're in. He's the last surviving member of the Whispers, legendary guerrilla unit. In the jungle, he even puts the Green Berets to shame. He's got the latest in camo technology. You can't see him at all. And in fact, nobody's ever seen him. And that includes me. That's why that call him the Phantom Assassin. Snake, I think your luck might have just run out overnight. Jacobson, Ecology, Codenames. Why does Foxhound use animals for codenames? Anyway, who came up with that idea that animals are so warlike? People, that's who. I just don't get it. Over and out. Snake's disposition. When the snake has hatched from the egg. That's probably a type of boa. It's nocturnal and has a gentile disposition, but it's a snake, and snakes love to eat. It'll eat just about anything. I bet it'll love to eat your rations. Better get rid of it quick. Use the circle button to let it go. The punch button. When the snake reaches the eggshell, let it go. Over and out. Madnar. Time related. Gustava. If player has heard about Gustava from Madnar but hasn't yet met her. Gustava is a woman. Why not set up an ambush someplace that only a woman would go, like the ladies' restroom? Over and out. Dr. Marv. If player hasn't yet called Marv. Unknown. Snake. Have you found Marv yet? I don't know how long he can hold out. You have to hurry. Over and out. Is that it? Yay. There we go.
Finally, we're done. Right, so we're completely done with Metal Gear 1 and 2. Next game will be Metal Gear Solid. Not sure when I'll start that. It'll probably be later today. Yep. So that's me for now. Thanks for watching.